Hey, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to Up Late with G and Mark
Good evening,
from Mark
everyone.
Shed Talk. He's from Mark Shed Talk. Go check him out. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, by all means. Welcome.
How how are you there, Mark?
I'm good, thanks, G. How about yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. So we'll go through the chat. Supposedly Cody is in before everyone, even G himself. So thank you for running the show there for us. You should be up here, and I should be where you are,
Yeah, let's
running
get
it for us.
Cody up here for a guest appearance.
Yeah, I think we did have him once, but he was, it was like he was on the old dial-up internet, the way he was like moving like a robot and stuff.
Well, the
Speaking of
hopefully.
robots, go on, Mark.
Sorry, I was just going to say he put a post up. He had internet problems and he found out
Yeah,
the cable on his end. So hopefully he's got it all sorted and it's a lot better now. So yeah, Cody, come on,
I
man.
did. I did see that he said that it's okay now. But yeah, if it's okay, you don't have to do it tonight. But we need to get you on and have a proper chat with you, and so everyone can sort of you know be your lovely self. Speaking of lovely self, we have Stylesy,
Thank you.
and shout out to
Thank you.
Stylesy for being a member of Funkin' Hungry. Really appreciate it. Oh, what have you got there? Little
Deliveries,
lollies.
the lollies, yes.
Oh,
A very good, a
fast
very.
delivery service.
That's it. That's it. Uber Eats.
Yeah. Ah, that's it. But yeah, appreciate Stylesy being a member. And he says, "Good day, everyone. Welcome to episode 569 of Let's Get Naked Live. Remember, this is 1 hour special unless someone else holds my hand on screen. Whoops, sorry, wrong channel. Thank God. Yes, yes, very much indeed. That should be my intro. I might have to like save that and use that as my intro to the channel now. But how are we, Cody and Paul? And we have some plonker called G the Hypersapien. I don't know who he is. He's saying "Wah." So yeah, "Wah" back to you. And
Dogface.
Cody saying how many blokes are there named G? Well, I'd like to be the only one, but apparently there's more than one. And here they are in various forms. Yeah, there's almost as many G's as an American hip hop party. Almost time for the porno music. We put that on just for you, Stylesy, so hopefully that got you in the mood. It's the G world. Yes. We have Mark Shed Talk. Go check Mark Shed Talk out. Evening, Chriso. And we also have Dogface. Welcome, evening. No, he's paired. It's saying
Sorry, I've just
paired.
had the mic muted while I was chomping away on these
Oh,
beautiful
yeah,
lollies and
that's all right.
chocolates, so I didn't want to be rude. But yeah, Simon, welcome. By all means, welcome.
Yeah, welcome. I'm going great. Styles is going great. So yeah, there we are. We've gone through the chat so far. If you are, I see there's 9 people. Some of them have to be yeah. So I'm guessing Dogface is on Mark Shed Talk. It looks like there's 6 on Funkin' Hungry. It's going to be going up and down all night. We're on Funkin' Hungry, Hypersapien on Facebook. We're on the G channel and Mark Shed Talk. So welcome, one and all. And yeah, if you're not in the chat, let us know who's here. We'd love to we'd love to know. And if there's any new people, welcome. There we go.
We might even get Lee from First Floor Audio in to come in and say g'day.
Yeah, he'll be waking up at
Oh, it's
a couple of hours or something.
well, it's 9:30 for them in London. So being a musician, he probably
Okay.
won't be up till say 12 or maybe a bit earlier, 11 o'clock or something like that. Maybe we should send him a link over and say, hey, come on, Chief. Oh, another G.
Yeah,
Lee G, whatever. He's,
Lee G. I like to think of it as like one word, Lee G.
yeah.
Yeah, who knows who's going to pop up tonight? We might even have a royal prawn. He seems to be a bit quiet tonight, but maybe he'll join us at some stage. It was a bit different, just being you and I tonight, Mark. But
Hmm.
bad, it's not a bad situation. We've done this
Right.
quite a few times.
Hmm.
So what should we get into tonight? Is there any topics, or do you
Oh,
want to talk about anything? So,
well, for those you've been following what's been happening on my situation, we've got a lot of
yeah,
renovations happening here at home, and the new shed the construction has finally started. So
yeah,
that's like woohoo, stoked.
yeah, definitely.
My wife's shed, or the she shed, is still
Yeah,
in limbo. We're waiting on quotes to come back from a builder for some doors and things like that. So that's taking a little bit longer than anticipated, but that's the way it goes. So,
mm,
but other than that, just going to work, the usual situation. Hoping the rain holds off. We've just had another shower of rain this afternoon. Nothing great, but just
did you?
working on the mini excavator and the forklift to sort out a few minor problems. But yeah, sorry, that's about as boring as exciting as my life gets at the moment.
Oh no, it was. It's funny. I was walking yeah last night, and I was just had random stuff going through my head, and we're almost like 3 months into this year,
Hmm.
and I remembered it was probably around what, maybe September, October. You were sort of stressing about the shed and all the stuff that goes with it, and I don't know for you if you feel like this time's flown by, because obviously you have that project that you've been anticipating to get going, and you've been working hard on it. But yeah, I just like you said, it's up and being built. Like, isn't it just the structure sort of is what's up? Because I saw that you've done a few YouTube community posts. I've been checking them out on your Facebook page as well. On
Yeah,
your
well, thank
Facebook,
you, thank you very much for checking those out. What in this situation, because we've gone through the shed company, which here in
mm,
Queensland is a company called Titan Sheds. Um,
okay.
Obviously, there's quite a few different franchises around Australia of shed companies, and they have standard design sheds that can be put up in your backyard depending on your size, how big you want to go,
Mm,
council regulations, and so on. So, of course, the first thing that we had to do was pull the old one down. That
mm,
there was an issue there. Um, and then there's extra concrete that had to be laid. Um, that got done before Christmas, thankfully. Um, with all
mm,
these building projects, there's always a delay. There's a lot of work going on. Not just us; we're not the only ones. So we're thankful that the concrete got poured before Christmas, and then it had more than enough time to cure
yeah.
before um, uh, construction started. And then, of course, we had the Christmas New Year period, and getting back into most companies don't come back till sort of the first or second week in January, and then they got to
Mm,
pick up where they left off, all that sort of stuff, and go through their manufacturing process. Same again, we're not the only ones getting the shed built. Blah 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 blah. So it it's been a process, a long process. Thankfully, it's coming to a close. Um, yeah, it has been stressful, mainly because there's a lot going on, and I mean, for some people, this is I think they deal with this all the time. But
mm,
in our case, we're sort of doing two projects at once, which is probably a bit much. Um,
yeah.
so yeah. Look, it's been trying and all that sort of thing, and been a bit frustrating, but these are just these are not everything days of life that people go through. There's people going through worse things than myself. Just have a
Yeah,
look at the news. But in saying that, we've all had our own things to go through. We've also got other things going on here at home that I don't always talk about or put on social media. And of course,
yeah,
we don't have to, do that sort of thing. And I know yourself, you've gone through a few struggles lately, and I'm hoping that you're feeling better, and you know, working through those problems that you've been dealing with. And I find these live streams are a good way to maybe not forget about your problems, but maybe just put them aside for a little bit of time and do something completely different.
yeah. I guess it's like, hanging out with a friend or going somewhere you enjoy. If it's, I don't know, fishing or see a movie or whatever. It's kind of like that. I feel with these live streams, and everyone in the chat sort of joins in and that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's definitely sort of therapeutic in a way of just being social and just, even if we're not necessarily talking about these problems as you've mentioned, it's a way, I guess, to forget them. You don't want to forget about problems, but at least you can put them to the side and just, have a bit of fun, or just not worry about them for a little bit. But yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, with my mental health, sometimes it can get quite to the point where it's quite crippling, and it's quite hard to be physical, like physically active. I guess unless people, I mean, everyone can go through depression, but also depression. Like, there's kind of, in my mind, two depressions. Like, there's one, like my condition, if I could speak, my condition is known as, like, basically a permanent condition. It's not, I've had it for quite some years now. So it's the doctors and the professionals, they've said it's a permanent condition. Obviously, how long I've been going through this and dealing with it. So sometimes it can sort of, I can have quite a good run for, a week, a few weeks, and just feel good and be in a really good mental place. And then, sort of out of nowhere, sometimes stuff triggers it, but a lot of times stuff doesn't trigger it. And I guess it's, chemicals and the brain, and a lot more. I'm sure there's a lot more people that sort of can explain it in a more scientific or a more professional manner. But yeah, and that's why I've always been quite open about it, though, because I know that a lot of us, and I'm not perfect. A lot of us, when we go through stuff, we tend to want to stick to ourselves. It's just how it works. We want to sort of, well, I guess we don't want to, but we just keep it to ourselves. And especially men, there's a high rate of suicide in men for mental health and stuff like that. So as I learned about it, as I've obviously sort of explored what's wrong with me, if you want to say that,
Yeah.
I've educated myself on it through reading about it, through information that I've been given, and obviously working with professionals. So I guess my point is, I'm quite open about it in hopes that I might help other people, or might, sometimes when you feel alone, and if you hear someone else is going through similar, you feel like you're not alone, and you feel, like you might want to open up about it. So yeah, I mean, this isn't the main topic of tonight, but I'm always there for people, and if anyone ever wants to reach out or even speak about it openly on live stream or whatever, anything to help anyone.
Yeah, no, it's definitely it affects more of us than I think people like to admit. And you hit the nail right on the head. Um, us guys don't like to talk about it much. We like to bottle it up and not associate with anyone. Or when we
Yeah,
do, for some people they bottle it up and bottle it up, and then they explode. And some people just don't know what to do or how to react to it. Some people deal with it in different ways, with substance abuse or excessive
yeah,
alcohol consumption or something like that. It's
Self-harm or substances or,
yeah, yeah,
anything just to, yeah. And
yes,
yeah, I did have a really bad day where, yeah, just sometimes you just don't want to be like that anymore. You don't want to feel like that, but you don't really know how to. And you just, the way I figured it out, you just really have to ride it. You have to ride that wave until it just settles down. I
mm,
guess it's like a storm. If you imagine a storm, it's not a pleasant situation if you're in the eye of the storm, but you just have to wait for it to eventually calm down and just do your best to manage before it does. But
yep.
yeah,
Well, one of the I like to watch the Y Files. Now, if anyone's into crazy conspiracies or just stuff in general, go and go and check out the Y Files. And the host of the show, AJ,
mm,
he
yeah,
readily talks about his um, uh, dealings with anxiety and depression, very similar.
yeah,
It may be the same in some cases what you're going through. And one thing he said is that as he's got older, he's learnt to deal with it and he can control it better and understands it better and he knows the trigger points and so on and so forth. But
yeah,
it's taken him a long time, and I mean a long time, to get to where he is now. Now you watch this guy on screen and you think, oh, he's a great guy, he's articulate, he's great. It's not until
mm,
you and he does talk about it quite openly, especially when they do the after files, which I love watching. I mean, they go on for about 3.5 hours, or but it's really interesting. It's diverse as in um,
the topics and stuff.
topics and stuff. Yeah, and he embraces the people who reach out to him in the chat. Um, he gets quite emotional sometimes that
Mm,
he doesn't think he's making a difference, but there's people in his chat that are saying. What's becoming apparent now is that a lot of parents are watching the Y Files with their kids, and they're getting into it,
yeah,
especially with Hecklefish, the talking fish, and the wisecrack
yeah,
jokes and things like that.
adds that element that a kid sort of could get down to that level a little bit more of
Yeah,
a sort of
yeah,
funny nature.
and some of the jokes and that. But the point I'm trying to make is that there are people out there who are struggling, and sometimes I saw it perfectly on a sticker on the back of the car that not all disabilities are visible.
Yeah,
Often
just,
we know that people, and I've been guilty of it. We judge a book by its cover,
mm,
and my wife. I don't like to talk about it much, but she has mental health issues, and
mm,
at times I struggle with that, and
yeah,
she struggles even more sometimes. I know when you said before that sometimes you go along great, have good times, and then suddenly it just dives down, and
mm.
it's difficult to deal with. That's for sure. Or
I
oh,
just lose my creativity. That I used to draw all the time, and when I first in my sort of early 20s, when I first started going through this, because like you mentioned before, with the guy on the Wi-Files, this has taken me, we're probably going into like about 15, 16 years that I've been going through this,
mhm.
seeing different, psychologists and all the rest of it to get to where I am. And you made another good point about it being invisible because it's a psychosocial disability. So it's not a physical disability. So like you said, you see someone, they look like they're physically okay, but then mentally they're not. So that's obviously, and I do put on a bit of a mask sometimes. I do use humor sometimes. If I'm feeling a bit crap, I might use humor to sort of just even sort of humour myself or just me to sort of break through that. But then I do that as well, obviously, to sort of I like to make other people laugh or feel good because, I don't want people to feel how I feel at some stages, or when I'm feeling really crappy, I don't want anyone to feel like that. And I guess, like you mentioned with your partner, it's hard to see someone that you care about, then not quite acting right. That you kind of know that they're not in a good place, and it's hard to see someone go through that you love and care about because you don't want them to be like that. So it's for some people as well, it's hard to see other people going through it. But as well, what Styles he said about seek help, and we mentioned about men and suicide and stuff like that. I feel like society has constructed a man and a woman to be different, which we are. But men is normally men. We have the weight of the world on us. We have to do all this stuff to be a man. We can't be emotional. We can, but this is just how society tries to make out, or just how it has been for so long. But it is good that it is a lot different in this day and age when it comes to that stuff. People are a lot more educated. There's a lot more of help out there. That yeah, if you do need help, you can either speak to me or go seek professional help because you're not weak seeking professional help. You've got to the
No,
point where you've had enough and you want to do something about it, and you're not going to get you're not going to. It's not a fix overnight. And as I said, I've been going through this for a
no,
while. If you met me when I was at my worst, when I didn't even sort of want to leave the house because I was just so crippled by it. Even taking phone calls and stuff like that was difficult. And it seems quite, weird when you say it out loud in a way. But when you're in that moment, you just want to be, you don't want to be in that moment anymore, but you don't know a way out of it. And you just want to sort of keep to yourself because you don't want to act out of character, which sometimes I might. Sometimes I might be a little bit more angry towards someone and they're not doing anything wrong, but it's just how what I'm dealing with. And I just don't want to. I don't want anyone, I guess, to see me when I don't feel myself. So I just sort of block everything out a little bit, and even block the nature out. Like try to well, don't go outside or even the sun. Try to avoid the daylight, like a vampire in a way. I felt like a vampire for a couple of years there, where I just prefer the night, which I still do because I like the calm and still nature of night. But yeah,
hmm
it's all pretty crazy. And yeah, going what I was saying before, I just lose all my passion and stuff. So I paint, or I'm interested in. I always love being creative. I'm not interested in that. Even me doing Funkin' Hungry and stuff like that. It's even editing or even filming. I don't really want to necessarily get on camera and film when I'm at my
mm,
worst. There are some videos where I've been in a kind of a bad place, but not a terrible place, but not in the best frame of mind. And I have got on camera and pushed through and sort of act like my silly self or whatever on camera and sort of enter into that sort of because I feel like I'm a little bit different when I do film these days. I just try to put a bit of energy into it, try to be entertaining. So it's, otherwise, if I'm just sitting here like, oh yeah, I'm eating something, oh, it's all right, I guess. But it's probably not going to make much of a good video. So I,
yeah,
need to not become someone else, but I need to be entertaining. I need to put a bit of energy into it. So yeah, it's just hard to do a lot of that stuff when you're not feeling yourself.
yeah. And I do understand where you're coming from because, like I said, I see that in my home life with my wife,
Yeah.
and it's yeah, it's hard. And even I, myself sometimes I just I feel like I should be doing this, but I just don't want to. I
Yeah.
feel more comfortable sometimes sitting in front of this thing and
Mm,
watching videos on YouTube and oh, that's interesting, and I really got too many interests to tell you the truth.
yeah.
um, I'm sure some of us do, but it certainly does affect us, and you get that sometimes you get that overwhelming fear of missing out. If I don't watch this, I'm not going to know something, and I need to know
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, thinking about it now and talking about it, we don't have to watch everything. And there has been quite a bit of stuff that I normally watch that I haven't been lately, because I've started to go, hang on a minute, I've seen a lot of this before. Let's take a break or watch something else. Like right now, on the second screen, there is a YouTube channel that I started watching a while ago, and I'm really enjoying it. And that's a group called Sid Squad. Now, they do plane spotting. Now, you would think that plane spotting is not entertaining, but these guys are. They really, yeah, Brad, yeah, absolutely right. I do watch too much.
That being said, keep on watching Funkin' Hungry and anything we do. Otherwise,
yes, exactly.
If no one watches us, then we're just a couple of plunkers talking to ourselves otherwise.
But getting back to these guys, it's a group of people down in Sydney. They call themselves Sid Squad, and they do live plane spotting from Sydney Airport, Sydney International. And they're really entertaining. It's really high quality. You get information about the planes. They talk about themselves. You see a bit of the behind the scenes. And they also got the air traffic control stuff going in the background too. Not too loud, just right. And these are not the only guys plane spotting here in Australia. Plane spotting happens everywhere around the world. And there's two groups up here in Brisbane that do lives from different times. And there's guys down in Adelaide and so on. But these guys, Sid Squad, I know I've mentioned them a bunch of times. They really are entertaining, and it's something completely different. Go have a watch. But not right now, of course. Just stay with us because we got good stuff coming up.
We do. We got plenty that we spoke about, in the background that we always prepare for these streams.
Of course we do.
We're always very wink, wink, nudge,
nudge, nudge. I'm just going to grab some water. I'm always listening, of course.
No worries at all. So yeah, we've got 8 people watching us now, and we have 2 on March Shed Talk. So welcome, and appreciate you all being here with us. But yeah, it has been a bit of I don't know, really, for me, unfortunately, around the end of the year, my depression flares up quite badly, and it took me a while in the new year to sort of, I don't know, get back into a routine. And then I had a bit of a shitty week, really, which, if people follow more my personal stuff outside of YouTube and stuff, they'll know about it. But yeah, it's just it is what it is. But I did have most of the time, as I say, I'd keep to myself when I'm like that. I don't know. I sometimes can, I guess, get a little bit destructive. So I just sort of just lay back and just try not to do what I normally do. And yeah, I've been putting out a little less content lately. I need to sort of speed it up. But yeah, like I was meant to record stuff this week for next week, but I ended up putting out the stuff this week that I recorded the previous week. So I haven't really got anything like recorded for next week. Well, I actually do have one video that I still need to edit, which should have been out this week. Yeah, it is what it is. Like, just stuff slows down a little bit, and it's a little bit. When I'm feeling a little bit crap and I'm just overthinking, I'm just wondering why I'm in this position I am in life, and not in the position where other people might be. I shouldn't compare myself, but I do. And yeah, I just don't really want to sit there and look at myself and edit myself in a way. So, but yeah, I did put out a couple of videos, and it is sometimes when I'm in a good space, I don't mind editing. Like, it's kind of fun. Sometimes if I do a joke or whatever, I might put a GIF, or I might edit it in a way where I push that joke a little bit more. And maybe add. Sometimes in the past, I've added clips from other videos just to sort of push that out. Any KFC reviews coming up? Well, I actually did get a lovely person did send me a donation for a review, and it was more. was just having a chat with them, and it was more just a nice donation to sort of cheer me up. But when we was discussing stuff, we were talking about KFC. Hey, how are you going, Becky? So I'll
G'day,
probably
Becky.
do. I've done it in the past, but they've got the Bacon Lovers Burger back at KFC. I'll probably review that, but I feel like I'm probably going to do a little bit of a twist. Hopefully, they get it right because a lot of times when I try to do, I call them Funkin' Hungry or Dr. Funkenstein's Crazy Creations, where I come up with a crazy creation from a fast food restaurant and I try to, put my own spin on it or just make it a little bit more crazy or intense as the actual original product. But then if you watch Funkin' Hungry, Stars, it made me laugh there. But yeah, if you watch it, a lot of times those places stuff up. One time I was reviewing KFC, I was reviewing the hot and spicy chicken, and they didn't even send me the chicken. They sent me everything else but the bloody box of chicken. So yeah, but
Well, that's a
but
bit.
yeah, there will be some in the future. Sorry, what was
That's.
that, Mark?
I was just going to say that's a bit like us. The few weeks back, we ordered a Angus bacon burger or something like that, Angus bacon deluxe or Aussie deluxe, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And yeah, no bacon.
Uh, well,
It's like,
I did the Macca's Aussie Angus burger. The main thing is the beetroot because it's what makes it Aussie, and they didn't put the beetroot on the burger. And I just sometimes I don't like. I've reviewed that burger kind of before. I think they changed the sauce this year, so it was a little bit different. But sometimes I don't have the time and effort to chase it up and re-record it, so I just record me telling it how it is and saying that they stuffed up.
mm,
I haven't got the time, effort, and money to be, you know, going and doing it again or whatever.
you might have to go to a different pub there, Becky.
I like what Brad said. He's never seen someone depressed with a KFC chicken tender hanging out their mouth. That's funny. What the person I was like, the person likes to remain anonymous for their own reasons. One person that donates to my channel, but they laughed and said they send me stuff through PayPal, and it was like, "I'll get go to KFC, have a pig out, and get some grease into you." Was like, because unfortunately, it's kind of true. When I do feel depressed, sometimes I like to eat greasy or bad or junk food or whatever it is, because it does instantly give you that sort of good feeling. So,
Yep.
and yeah, what
There's a reason why they do it.
that's it. That's it. But Stalsy made me laugh that he put the little shower bath emoji for Becky. Oh, that's what Mark was saying before. Got barred from a pub because manager was drunk abusing me, but we had an incident 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I don't. It's not that I don't like teachers and managers and stuff like that, but a lot of them do take their position. They let that position go to their head a bit and that power. I don't know the whole incident, so I can't sort of say who was in the right or the wrong or whatever happened, but I've had to, in my life, I've dealt with managers. I've lost a job before because the store manager was away for a few weeks for whatever reason. But when she came back, for some reason, she just didn't like me. And, I'm normally, when I work, I'm quite quiet. I just stick to the task. I just kind of do what I need to and get out, really. But she had me running around like a headless chicken and still wasn't happy with my performance. But, yeah.
And
Well, that's not good,
sometimes,
Becky. I believe Mark said it before. It sounds like you need to find another pub or find another
yeah.
establishment to
Mm,
go to.
I
Even if they did let him and his mum and stuff back, you wouldn't really want to support that business.
yeah.
Like
The question comes up that how come it got to that point? Didn't say the security people sort of or the bar staff step in and beforehand and say, okay, I think maybe you've had enough to drink tonight. We won't serve you anymore as part of their responsibility as you know. But like you said before, gee, we don't know the situation, and only Becky can, tell us what's going on there if he really wants to or not.
Yeah, that's it. Especially like some of the situations I mentioned before when it comes to teachers, I've had to deal with. Some teachers try to, and even unfortunately, police officers and stuff like that. Some of them, a lot of people can take that power and let it go to their head, and then sort of, and that's unfortunately why we get police brutality, them doing the wrong stuff and people suffering from it. But when alcohol's involved or any kind of drug, it's even worse.
Yeah,
Besides
well,
maybe, besides maybe tea and chocolate, they're probably the drugs that people don't get too crazy on. I don't think I've ever seen a tea drinker all of a sudden get out there death properly and chase someone down the street with it. But you know,
oh,
it would be funny to see.
somebody will have to do a skit about that. I had a situation at work this week just gone where I was doing my job, and I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was helping out, and
Hmm.
unfortunately, it didn't turn out that way. Um, I had good intentions, but the site foreman didn't see it the way I saw it, and even though I said, catch up with me, he seemed to be busy running around like a chook with his head chopped off, doing stuff, doing other stuff. And then when he
Hmm.
finally caught up with me, um, you know, it already went pear shaped. I mean, um,
Unfortunately, I don't have one at the moment. I did have one earlier though. Still got the cut.
um, so yeah, maybe I got a bit of a complex because of what I do and how often I do it. But yeah,
Yeah,
this foreman just didn't like it. That he had a word to me before I left the job site, and that was fair enough. But then what he did, he followed up with the workshop foreman. So he stabbed me in the back and lied about how it all went down. And I
yeah,
corrected the workshop foreman and said, well, no, this is not, that's not how it happened. And he threw the workshop foreman under the bus as well. Um, and yeah, just unfortunately, just it put a sour note in my mouth with this particular person. And so
yeah.
I'm definitely not going to go out of my way to help this person. In fact, I'm going to go out of my way not to help this person. So,
Yeah. Hey Dylan, welcome to the show.
g'day, g'day Dylan.
Appreciate you being here. But yeah, that's why that's why we have the word escapes me at the moment. But when it comes to jobs, well, that's why you need a bit of security and stuff there because sometimes you do get taken for a ride. I've done a few short courses before, and one was sort of around the work, just getting ready for work, but also going into sometimes they say to if you're really in a situation where you're being abused or taken for advantage and stuff, to have a bit of a notebook so you can put times, dates, and the incidents. So if stuff like similar to like you said, Mark, if it continuously keeps on happening, you can put this down. So at least you've got a bit of evidence to back you up. You can say, well, I've documented this and the times and the incidents and the days, and you can kind of see how consistent it is. And so if you do need to sort of try to go bit for tit for tat, then at least you've got a little bit of evidence there.
Yeah,
No worries there, Dylan.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, absolutely right about that. You know, usually I don't have a problem, and it's just the way things worked out. And I I think he made a bit of a mountain out of a molehill, and that's the sort of guy he is. And
yeah,
we've got a
true.
we got a particular nickname for this guy because he's constantly whinging or crying about something. Nothing's ever good enough, sort of thing, and it's all about him. So. and he's well known for that. So anyway, that's
Well,
behind me.
shout out to whoever that guy is. If you, I don't know what the nickname is, but the first one that came to my head was a big woman's blouse.
Um, it's part of the female anatomy, and
Hmm.
if something gets inside it, well, that's probably the wrong terminology. If you're at the beach having a good time, and you know
To
you
me,
have
like if me and you had a appointment on Tuesday, I'd say see you next Tuesday. Is it that one or?
something like that, yeah.
uh,
If you were to get if you're down at the beach and you got sand in a particular place, you'd cry about it.
Sandy vagina.
That's the one.
Uh,
Oh yeah. Anyway,
yeah. I think we've all probably dealt with, like we're all talking about, people that just want to make your life difficult and they want to do as little as they can, or if it doesn't go their way, they'll have in their head this random scenario that didn't happen, but they swear it happened. You know?
yeah, yeah. Anyway, yeah, Brad, flake is shark.
Yeah, flake is actually one of my favourite when I go to the old fish and chippy.
It's not a bad much.
Yeah,
But I suppose anything fried's going to go down well, isn't
that's it.
it?
Maybe not a human. Some fried humans get a bit too much.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that bloke's fried. But
Well,
yeah, and I wouldn't
some
expect I wouldn't
some
expect Brad to clash with ourselves if the stuff I've watched on his YouTube
yeah.
channel. I wouldn't have expected that from him.
It's good
No,
to
I love some of his stuff.
see you putting out content, Brad. It's really good.
Yeah, he's all up on those shorts,
Mm.
and not men's shorts, but YouTube shorts. Yeah, and,
Brad, have
he
you got a pair
puts
of
out some.
shorts from Elon Musk?
Oh wow, that's sad. So most of the time I haven't tonight, but a lot of times I ask, Becky how his fishing adventures goes. One time on the
What's
show, he was actually on his fishing adventure, and he was talking to us while he was on one.
Yeah. What is there an algae problem, or what's the go? What's the ban on the fishing? Oh, excuse me.
Maybe Becky's been overfishing, and he's gone on so many fishing adventures. There's no fish left. They had to put a stop to it. Flake is
No,
great tasting. Yeah,
it's
flake
the
shot. Ah,
Ch- Chinese coming in with their big fishing boats and doing those super nets and taking everything.
yeah, those ones where they just take everything. It's like in Spaceballs, when they take out the atmosphere. Yeah, they come in and they take all the fish. Yeah, I saw a crazy video that I shared on Facebook. It was a huge croc. I believe it was in New South Wales. It was on a beach and they had a couple of sharks that they caught, and I believe they was going to it was a catch and release. But they didn't want to release them because in the distance there was this huge crocodile, and they was just filming it and speaking about it. And yeah, the croc rocked up and ate those two fish. They weren't the sharks weren't huge. They was, I don't know, maybe 4 foot, maybe a little bit less, but those smallest ones, they was obviously sort of babies or adolescents. But yeah, this crocodile
Mm.
was huge. This was an absolute monster, like definitely like a dinosaur. It just came out. They grabbed one of the fish, and does what a croc does, how it tries to get whatever it's eating to go down its stomach. So it's flipping it around a little bit. Ate one, grabbed the other one, and then just went back into the ocean.
Wow.
But yeah, it was. I mean, crocodiles are huge, but this was huge. This one. Like
See, that would
we
that would have
talk
been
about how
a
big. Mm,
that would have been great to see. How close were the people?
about 100 meters. It could have quite easily just attacked them, and crocodiles were quite. It was, you could see that it was lurking around, and the fish was flipping around, or the shark, which is a fish, obviously, it was flipping around, so it's obviously seen it. But it's like amazing how quick they can move when they want to, and then most of the time they're just sort of hovering or just slowly, but then it just went in fast, and then it just crept back in and went away. But yeah, they were really close to this, and it was it was huge, and I was amazed because I don't know, I love nature and animals, and I've seen some big crocodiles, but this was like a dragon or a dinosaur. It was just gigantic, and it was just amazing to see.
Wow.
Yeah, that's sometimes what annoys me. Sometimes you do get to their level a little bit, but I try not to. You don't want to. You don't want to sort of become what they are in a way, but yeah, it can definitely bring out that side. If people want to play sort of silly buggers. So I don't know if Mark saw that deadly disease.
Yeah, is that with the Alabone? Alabone? It's
Hmm.
yeah, that's not good. That's not good because the fishing industry generates a lot of income for people, and if they have to close it for any reason, then it affects people's income and all that sort of thing. It's not good when that sort of
Yeah,
thing happens.
yeah. What Brad says, I'd rather fight a crocodile than a shark. I probably used to think that, but the size of this crocodile, if it dragged you into the water and it done the little death spin that they do, they when they try to spin around and drown their prey and stuff like that, and this a shark would have, even a bigger shark would have no chance really against this, because considering the toughness of the crocodile's skin as well compared to a shark, and you can sort of try to get into the gills or the eyes and stuff. I feel like a crocodile would be a lot more of a difficult animal to fight, I guess. It depends what sort of fight, if they had to stand up on their back legs and have a punch up. But yeah, the shark definitely has razor sharp teeth, but the crocodile has that really strong jaw power as well, though. That crushing ability. So yeah, this was gigantic. It was just like seeing a dragon, really. Yeah, that's all right. Well, so, keeping everyone sub to Brad strung out. Supposedly in the future we're going to see 7 rums and him fight a shark. So up and coming content.
there's um, there's some crazy videos. If you do a search like "Big Croc eats shark," there's absolute crazy videos out there. Um, and ones of sharks coming out and trying to take people off their kayaks and things like that. It
I saw a crazy shark video as well. They seemed like they was really young teenagers. They was probably they possibly might have been a bit drunk or just really excited. They were feeding some bait. They was obviously feeding it to this huge great white, and then the great white jumped up and took a bite of a part of their boat. I couldn't really see exactly what it was. It was the side, but it looked like it was trying to help itself to more food, and obviously they all freaked out. But yeah, it's probably not the smartest idea to feed a huge shark because it's gonna want more if you're only giving it little tiny scraps.
there's plenty of videos out there of horrifying last minutes of people getting eaten alive by crocodiles and various other things.
I mean, most of the time we see them in a zoo and stuff like that. They're being fed daily. They're being fed, big amounts, which make them a little bit more docile the way reptiles work.
Mm.
And if they got a basically a stomach full of food, well, I guess a lot of animals are like that. If they're well fed, they're going to be a lot more chilled and tame and relaxed. But then, out in nature, when you don't know when the last time their meal was, or if they've only had really small little scraps and whatever, they're obviously going to be behaving a lot different. I saw another video as well of a little crocodile, and someone was fishing, and the crocodile was just there, so he sort of, pulled in his line and started walking off, and this little crocodile chased him, and then another woman was filming it, and then as soon as it just got this huge amount of burst of speed, they just ran and everyone screaming. And it was only a little tiny one, like, it was only like a 4 foot one, something. It was got, like not much bigger than a sort of a medium-sized dog, but yeah, everyone freaked out, and I just was amused. It's like, oh, you want to play silly games and stand around and record it. I was probably like sick of paparazzi, like, oh, you buggers are always coming here and filming me. This is my pond.
Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right there, Dogface. I think we're all a bit more chilled on a full stomach.
Yeah, sometimes when you're not feeling quite right, and all of a sudden you have food, and like kind of instantly you just feel yourself a little bit more. You feel like that's what the problem was. I was hungry, like proper hungry. Killer whales. Yeah, Brad saying about killer whales. There, yeah, they're
Yeah.
they're crazy, and they're even more crazy together because they kind of a lot of them hunt in packs.
Yep. Yep.
A lot of mammals, when it comes to ones in the ocean, a lot of them are more by themselves. After their calves or their young get a little bit older, a lot of time they just, yeah, killer whales are crazy.
Yeah, there's some incredible footage out there of, and they go. I think they're now when they attack it, say for instance a shark or uh, another animal, they go for a particular part of it. I think it's the liver or
Mm,
something, which has got the highest amount of fat or protein or something in them to keep them going. And that's it.
yeah,
They just take that one part and they just let the rest of it. I suppose in the ocean, as like on land here, somebody else is going to come along and take their bit of it, and eventually the crabs will get it, and whatever else will munch on it.
I think like killer whales. I look at them as a little bit similar to dolphins, the way they are, but way more brutal. Dolphins just seem a lot more sort of happy in nature, and they go for smaller fish, like smaller prey that they can get a hold of. And the killer whales can take down a really big prey together, and they're pretty brutal when you see it. And whales are very intelligent as well. It's kind of
Yeah,
almost like having a pack of wolves, but in the ocean, and just I'd say they're even well because of their size, they're a lot more intimidating.
yeah, it's absolutely incredible how fast they can move when they need to. But in saying that,
Yeah,
that uses a lot of energy because there's a
mm,
big,
it's a
big,
it's a big
odd,
animal. Yeah,
big animal, but still they can be quite agile.
that's it. It's like sharks and yeah, different species of whales and stuff. And even like I was saying with the crocodile, a lot of time they just do this where they're just sort of just going quite slowly, and then yeah, when they're and you sort of touched on it before, it's probably to help them keep some of that energy, like maintain some of that energy until they really have to use it, and then all of a sudden just they spring into action. Yeah, that's what was in my mind before. I was Brad saying they can kill blue whales, take the liver from giant sharks,
Yeah.
and they just sort of rip them apart and yeah, just go into the good bits. They obviously know what they like, what they find tasty.
Oh, g'day, Peter. Welcome to the stream, mate. It's not just my channel, but we're over on G's channel as well. He's streaming to 2 channels, so thanks for being here.
Welcome there, Peter. I've seen you on March in the past.
Peter's also on Discord too. He does. Sorry, Peter, I forget. You do stuff in your workshop or something like that. Just gives a little shout out what you do. Pete's got a pretty good channel there. He's got a lot going on actually on Discord. I fire Discord up every so often and have a bit of a lurk around and see what's happening. And I'm still trying to get the hang of it, work out what's what.
It did take me a while to get used to it. Just, I don't know, it's set up quite differently than a lot of platforms, but once you get used to it, you find your way around a bit more. But
Yeah. Well, I drop in and I see what's going on, with your channel and Pete's channel and Emma's small machine shop. She's another person that does a live stream once a week about what they're doing in their workshop. And Emma's helped me out with things to do with my steamroller. And
yeah,
also does sign writing and things like that. Very talented person, actually. It's really good to see.
I remember you had Emma on your live once, and yeah, it seemed like a
Yeah,
great person.
yeah. Yeah, don't
Yeah,
be wrong.
yeah, we were just getting into that before, saying how much it's just, I don't know. I just when I really got into YouTube, I just don't watch Channel 10 and stuff anymore. I'd rather watch YouTube. There's so much more there, and obviously you can just type in what you're interested in, and it'll
Yeah,
come up, and it will just you don't have to watch what's programmed. You can kind of choose what you want to watch a lot more, which is satisfying. It's a little bit more real as well, like TV. Even if you watch the news, it's very scripted and they're very sort of almost robotic of how they have to act. Or sometimes
yes,
they act a little
yeah,
bit too silly almost sometimes. Like very silly sort of jokes that aren't even funny or whatever. But yeah, just YouTube, and it just keeps them getting better really. And I mean, you have a channel, I have a couple of channels, and a lot of people who are chatting right now have channels. So it's just you're always finding new people, and it's nice to support each other as well.
Oh yeah, that's great. And you know, as good as TV is, and we all watch it from time to time. We've grown up with it, but now we've got so much to choose from, so much choice. It's it's almost unbearable, you know. Um,
Yeah,
so
definitely.
many
And
so many social media platforms and
yeah,
content creators, and I mean, we're making content now, and other people are tuning in, watching us, and I don't consider myself to be entertaining, but we've got a bunch of
oh, you're
people
pretty
in here.
entertaining.
We got a bunch of people in here watching what we're talking
Yeah,
about, so we must be doing something
and
right. They're not throwing
yeah,
tomatoes.
that's it. That's it. Yeah, boo! Get off stage. Yeah, well, I don't know. I reckon it was last night. I've actually been monetized on my hobby Facebook page now, so I've just had so much engagement, and I believe they've lowered it. I think it used to be 1,000 followers, but they've lowered it down. But I sometimes because I have Funkin' Hungry. I have so much going on. I have my hobby stuff, my food stuff. Sometimes it's hard to keep up with it all, and sort of,
Yeah.
I have Instagram for them, I have Facebook for them. Yeah, the Facebook page over the last year or more has just been getting more and more engagement. And yeah, I was able to monetize, and I had to do what I'd done in YouTube and put in all my tax information. And And who's to say that I will get donations? You can either get donations or people can join a subscription. I just put it down at the lowest, so it's only $1.50 or whatever.
Yep.
So
Yep.
very little, but it's just. But as I say, it doesn't mean people will pay, but it's just yeah. My what I do is people are interested in, and even if it's just 10 people, like I get people that engage the people that engage often, and then you might get some random person that's just been lurking and will join in every now and again. But yeah, there's so much going on when it comes to social media now, and so I feel like they're all becoming very similar. Facebook used to be just very much kind of it used to be just the news, your wall that has all the other people's stuff, and then your own profile where you can put your own stuff. And now it's you can do videos, lives. They have reels on Instagram and Facebook
Yep.
now,
Yep.
and you can join them as well. Like you can link them so you can do one post on one platform and it will go to the other.
Yeah.
Because I've neglected my Instagram for my hobby channel a fair bit, all my posting hobby, and I did it the other day, and I did a story, and I said, oh, I'm not that active on here anymore. I'm a lot more active on Facebook, and someone did point out, which is true, that you can link it so I can post on both at the same time now. So yeah, there's all these platforms are changing and evolving, and so is YouTube as well. There's and even Spotify is changing. Like, how Joe Rogan went from YouTube to Spotify
Yep.
and stuff like that. It's there's these platforms, and they want people to be on that platform because it's their platform. The people that own these platforms. So obviously they paid Joe Rogan a good amount of money, and now he's on that platform.
Yeah. It's just endless, and of course they need to keep changing things up to keep people interested, because otherwise they're not
Mm,
going to things will become stagnant. And it's good that we get changes, but sometimes too many changes at once are not a good thing. And
yeah,
I agree with Peter there. He prefers homemade uh, than to, excuse me, um, the homemade feel of YouTube to network TV. And that's totally understandable, especially if you're doing a hobby, like your hobby. Obviously, people are interested in either how you're doing it, or the way you're doing it, or whatever it is. They're interested in it, and um, hopefully, this time next week, so 7 days from now, I'm going to be. I'll either all depends on how things pan out, but I'll either do it in the afternoon or maybe during the day. But I'm going to be doing a live stream from the new shed, and
yeah, that's going to be
once
epic.
once I once I start doing things in there, it's I'm going to be doing it more regularly. How often, I don't know. Um, I suppose I'm probably going. I'll probably initially I'll probably start doing it every day, and people will get sick of it. Or
You're probably in the mood as well to do a bit of your own, like a bit of your own work as well, because you haven't been able to. I'm guessing you haven't been able to work on this thing mentioned for a long time, have you? So you're probably
no,
sort of
no,
you're probably hanging to just get some parts and do what you do
yeah.
as
Well,
well. So and I mean, you could
it's
just put on the camera, work, and come and have a chat every now and again and answer some comments, but then you know, mainly you're going to be obviously involved in what you love.
yeah, you're absolutely right, G. It has been virtually at this moment. What are we now? Almost the end of February. So February, January, December, November. It's virtually going on 5 months since I've
Yeah,
actually done anything physical in my shed, whether it's to my steamroller or other projects. Um, it's just incredible I didn't think it would take this long, but
Yeah.
yeah, I am itching to get back in there and do things. Absolutely. G'day, Gibbo.
The official Gibbos in the house. Yeah, it's even like the miniature painting hobby for anyone that's on, excuse me, Mark Shed Talk. I paint little models is what my hobby is. But yeah, sometimes when I have even a week or whatever off, when I start, I've been painting this model on and off for well, about a week, I guess. But yeah, when you're away from it so long, you get back into it, and it's like riding a bike. You just get back into it, and the enjoyment comes back, and you sort of remember why you actually do this, and what to get out of it, and why you enjoy it. And I mean, with yours, you probably need to concentrate a bit more because you're dealing with some heavy equipment. But I can throw in a film. I can sort of, I've been watching some of the Saw films lately because I want to see the new one, but I wanted to refresh my mind because some of the Saw films I haven't seen since, for a good 10, 15 years or whatever.
Mm.
Yeah, I can put on a film and I can kind of have my miniature watching it and sort of if when I need to. But when it does get really intense and I sometimes need to pull out the old goggles when I want to go into the small details, I normally obviously put audio on, like podcasts and stuff like that. So yeah, it's,
Okay, that's really, Simon. I didn't know Keith does models. I haven't seen his. That's one thing I haven't looked at. So what Simon is talking about is a gentleman called R. Keith Andrews. He's been a regular on Spaced Out Radio with Dave
okay,
Scott,
yeah,
and R. Keith Andrews talks about his experiences of interacting with different alien races. Whether you believe him or
right,
not, he has stuck to his story, and he actually has helped people out, and he's talked about it on Space Out Radio. He's talked about getting, he's gone through professional help, psychologists, all that sort of thing, and you know, uh, he's quite a different guy. And generally, when Dave has him on, he talks about people just ask general questions about different alien races or and so on. Like I said,
yeah,
you don't have to believe the guy, but he has dealt with this and talked about it all his life. I think he's done some books. He has a YouTube channel. I think it's just R. Keith Andrews, and that's something. See, this is part of why we. Um,
no shizzin. I love that. I haven't heard that in ages. No shizzin.
sorry, I thought that was Shenzhen, as in China, Shenzhen in China. But this is sometimes what you find in this community. Um, you learn something about someone that you only know one aspect of, and then suddenly there's something completely different. Yeah. Um, Simon, we should check him out. Thanks, man.
Well, well, Keith Andrews already has, I guess, two interests similar or interests that I have as well. He's into painting models, and I'm I've had experiences, but not quite as many as it sounds like he has had himself. So just going through the chat quickly, missed quite a lot when I was going on my little rant about myself. Brad saying network TV is or lies and advertisers. Yeah, it seems when it comes to a lot of that stuff, it seems a lot more brainwashy than obviously throwing on someone's YouTube channel, watching what they love, their hobby or whatever content they might be doing. Everyone's saying hello to the official Gibbo, and Gibbo reheated $1 wings from the Hut, from Pizza the Hut, with mango habanero sauce, having marinated, blowing me head off. Uh,
So that's
I was on
the link
the
to
12%
Keith
was
Andrews'
blocked.
YouTube channel there.
Okay, I'll
Ooh.
check it out.
Gibbo, that sounds bloody nice, mate.
Oh, I didn't notice this. He got lost. The old pirate got lost in there, lost at sea. He was. He'll be on the stream in 30 and
30 or
40.
40 minutes.
So
The
get ready,
pirate
everyone.
himself.
Odger the pirate. He's now been changed. His name's actually officially now Odger. Odger the pirate. Shazza Twang. Oh, loving the chat tonight. It's going off. We've got a lot of
Yes.
people that are normally here with us, but just it's always enjoyable. But it's just as much. I feel like everyone in the chat just as much a part of the show. I love hearing you Dazza, you ashed in me Woody. Yeah, that's some Hauzo stuff by the sounds of it. Good old Dazza.
Dazza. Not Bazza? Dazza.
Odger the pirate. That's the one.
Ogre the pirate. Hang on, explain. Where did Ogre the pirate come from while I go top up my water?
Okay, so Odger or Ogre, depends how you want to look at it, but I guess it's Odger because it's off Roger. But that was Mark did last stream because I had a little bit of crap that happened last week that threw me off. So I appreciate that. Mark, was did a stream. He did his the Nothing show last week. But yeah, when I was watching that, well, it was actually the week before when I was doing my show. I went and did what Mark done, go off stream, grabbed a drink or whatever. But a lot of time I still sort of have the chat. I can hear and hear what Mark and everyone else is talking about, but I tend to, check the chat when when I walk off, so I can sort of just keep up with what's going on. And for some reason, it must have glitched out, and Roger's name, instead of having the R, for some reason, it was just Odger the pirate. So I screenshot that. I believe I sent it to the group chat that we're all on, or some of us are on. And yeah, it's Odger the pirate instead of Roger, and it just made me laugh. And yeah, Odger the pirate was born. All hands hoist, colours high, pirate. Everyone's getting excited about Odger the pirate coming on.
I wonder.
He's starting to get many names. He's almost got more names than me now.
he just needs more channels than you.
Yeah, that's it. He needs a few more. Well, he's also known as Uncle Prawn because he said that his niece and nephews and stuff, they knew about the Royal Prawn sort of name and stuff he got, so they call him Uncle Prawn now. So he's Uncle Prawn. Yeah.
Anything? Just
there's another one. I've got another one for him, Prawn Cracker, because he's a white person.
Call me anything you like, just don't call me late for dinner.
In the Snatch film, it's one of my favourite films. I like Guy Ritchie films, and in Snatch, they say to this Bulletproof Tony character, he's like, "Oh, what do I call you, Bullet? Do I call you Tooth?" He's like, "You can call me Susan if it makes you happy." Good old Vinnie Jones.
Just like Leslie Nielsen in Flying High. Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. Just don't call me Shirley.
Yeah, that's brilliant, that one. I love it. So yeah, I was talking about painting, and then we got onto. There it is. I'll have to go on my phone and look at that link that you sent.
Yeah, he only did a live stream earlier today because he's in North America and that. So he.
Sorry, Mark. I didn't see that Dogface just became a member again. He's been a member in the past, so I appreciate that. Sorry, I didn't see that. I think sometimes on the streaming service I'm using, so I see the chat on Restream. I see the chat for some reason. I didn't see it. But I
Okay.
appreciate that dog face for the come in. Welcome to appetizer. So dog face is a part of the appetizer. So now we got him and good old Stylesy as members on Funk and Hungry.
Oh, that's great.
Appreciate that, lads.
You're getting there. You know, you're starting to build up a
Bit of
bit of
a
a
bit of a following.
following. That's good.
I appreciate everyone here, but yeah, if any, obviously people that can do a little bit of a donation, that's amazing. But yeah, I just
I've
saw that when I jumped on here. Sorry about that, dog face.
I've seen what you've gone through with, and I watch other people with, you know, they ask for support through Patreon or PayPal or
Yeah,
whatever the, Cash App or whatever the thing is, and I don't know whether I'm going to go down that road. I
yeah,
I probably might eventually, um,
mm,
but at this stage, from what I've seen, and I'm not sure what you do, but the people who support you, you either give them early access to videos. That's what a lot of people do, um,
yeah,
or they may even be able to um, do one-on-one time with you, ask questions directly or something like that. So yeah, it's just something to consider. And look, if it works for you, great. I hope it you get every success out of it.
yeah. Like obviously, it's all still kind of new to me, so I'm just working out as I go. The different tiers, if people, I don't expect people to, but the one of the highest tiers, where they're spending a little bit of money, I'm going to take that money and they get to choose to do, like I'll use that money to do a food review or whatever. So they can choose sort of, they can speak to me and we can, or a food challenge, if people want me to do, I haven't done a spicy food challenge in a while. I know everyone here loves their spicy chips. So, but yeah, and I do have merch and stuff. So some of the higher tiers, I was going to give them discounted, on merch and stuff. It's just sort of because it's happened now. It's just learning and doing it and just putting out more content. But one of the main things that most people do is shout outs, which I do. I give shout outs to people that aren't members anyway. So I'm happy to give everyone a shout out and people share their channels and all sorts of stuff. But definitely will, always appreciate the people that do spend a bit of money.
Yeah, uh, I think you definitely got to give them something in return.
Yeah.
Whether, like you say, whether that be a shout out or um, early early release of a video, or you know,
Well, on YouTube, you actually get when you unlock members, you actually get a member section only. So I can do it's kind of like the community tab, but it's the member section where I've done it a little bit. When I'm editing, last time I edited, I sort of said this is what I'm doing, so people. And yeah, obviously, as I spoke about at the beginning, my mental health's been a bit sort of crap and stuff lately. But yeah, definitely need to start getting a bit of a backlog so they get early access to the videos and behind the scenes they will see a little bit more. I might make some sort of not full on videos, but just like little shorts telling them what I'm doing and just let them sort of interact behind the scenes a little bit more.
yeah, you're right, Pete. The ad revenue, and even AJ from the Y Files talks about this, that if you pay via YouTube, they take 30%. So you're probably better off having a few other options out there, PayPal or something else that doesn't take as much. I don't mind a platform taking something. They're providing this service, you know, but also at the same time they're getting information that they can use. So you can't have it. You can't, as they say, you can't have your cake and eat it too. But at the same time, you don't want to be paying some sort of. If you give something to a creator, to help them on their journey, you don't want to see, almost half of that go in some sort of fee just to line the
Yeah.
pocket of the platform.
Yeah. So before I was monetized and had members and stuff, people did send donations to PayPal to me, and as I mentioned earlier, someone did send me recently a donation. They knew that I wasn't in the best place, and they gave me a bit of a donation. I didn't really know if that was just for me personally, but I am going to take that money anyway and put that towards the video and stuff like that. Obviously, so they sort of, like we're saying, they get something out of that money. It's not just going nowhere. Like I will make content from that money. But yeah, that's how I've done it in the past. There's been a couple of people that have, and I have had some quite decent, like quite generous donations, definitely. And when it comes to PayPal, you PayPal doesn't take any money, but if you try to put it in your bank, I think they take like 2% of it. If you put it from PayPal into your bank account, but you can. I use PayPal quite a bit, so you can pay. You know, like I could take that PayPal money and go to a restaurant or whatever and use PayPal as my way of paying for that meal or whatever. But yeah, you know, I have had a couple of people, and one person in particular who has chose to stay anonymous through the whole time of supporting me, has donated quite a few times and have gave me some very generous donations, which when it comes to me as well, I find it kind of hard to, I don't know why, accept money and stuff. So when people have donated, I'm the type of person that will say, "Are you sure?" and you don't have to, and all the rest of it.
Yeah,
I don't look at myself as being greedy or whatever, but also being a content creator, and the more I'm getting into it, I just have to accept that people, like Dogface mentioned before, he's enjoying himself and enjoying the chat, and he just wanted to sort of give back, which is
mm,
amazing. Appreciate it,
yeah,
and just you know, and like Mark said, yeah, they do take a cut from this, some of these platforms, which is a little bit crap, but like those buy me a coffee and stuff like that. I've got and there's another one, but I had some cash in there, but you also some of those platforms you have to have a certain amount before you can cash out. So I've got some cash in there, but it needs to be a certain amount, and that's
mm,
been sitting there for. I think the person gave it to me not this Christmas, the previous Christmas gave me a bit of a donation for just a Christmas present, but it's unfortunately locked in that system because I don't use it enough and I don't promote it enough. As I've said, because I feel a little bit bad always mentioning it. So a lot of people don't even know, but all those links are in the. I always put them in the description box below. But I mean, even I'm guilty of it. Sometimes I'll watch content and I won't always go into the description and look at all the different links and stuff creators have. If it's a creator that I'm really interested in, I might go and see. Especially if you go in the description, a lot of people will link their Instagrams and their other social medias. So I'll go in there if I really enjoy a creator and see if they've got any other platforms that they make content for.
yeah, you're absolutely right. And some of the bigger YouTubers I know, once again, AJ from the Wi-Fi's has actually said um, to his audience that if he appreciates the support that he gets through the donations or the tips or whatever you want to call it. But at the same time, he says, if you can't afford it, if you're having financial difficulties, don't give to me. There's other
But that's
ways
it.
that people can support you. They're supporting you by watching you right now, but they can also give a like, they give a thumbs up, leave a comment, or and interacting here in the chat. That's all
That's
support.
it. But that's it. Money's nice and all well and good, but also I'm trying to build a channel or a couple of channels. So sometimes people just engage in watching, liking and subbing and stuff like that is very important really to building a channel, and comments and stuff as well, because you're going to be pushed in the algorithm. So, in a way, the liking and the comments and stuff are somewhat more important than a lot of that other, But but yeah, I mean, I've put out a lot of free content. I'm not saying that I deserve to be paid for it, but I have put out a lot of free content, and it's always there. But I have thought I might take some of the older videos that are a little bit cringy, or I'm not that happy with, and make them sort of members only, or so those videos have been around for a year or a couple of years, so people have had the opportunity, if they've seen the channel and supported me for a while, they no doubt seen it if they enjoy the content. Just might take some of those videos and make it members only, and I have a few other ideas of stuff that sometimes I'm reviewing, like for instance, they have the onion rings chips out at the moment, and there's a few different flavors. I might take a couple and then say, oh, if you want to see this review of like the third flavor, it will be behind the membership. Just stuff like that, different things like that. So people are still getting the gist of it. But then, if they want to sort of just see my reaction to something fairly similar, they can. Speaking to something fairly similar, we have look out! Looks like we got the boys here tonight. I don't know if
Oh,
you
the
have.
terrible. Hey,
Only me.
only one.
Only me.
G'day, Roger.
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, was that a ghost in the
Robert's
background?
Robert's just collecting something on his way home. That's all. Because we're just
No
talking about what we're
worries.
going to do for next week's video.
No worries. I thought he was.
On their way home.
That's where I'm coming forward, and I'm like, oh, are they both going to be on stream? But yeah, shout out to Robo5 Life there, even if he's not coming on the stream.
He's got that.
Hopefully he's all right.
I'll be back in a second. Next time you go chicken door,
Roger and his ongoing conflict with the door that always opens by itself.
Yeah, the door that doesn't, the catch doesn't catch properly. I pulled the door for a little bit since I moved in.
For some reason, on my stream, Roger's around the other side, like he's mirrored. I have no idea why. On my stream.
Yeah, well, he used to. I mean, I remember Stylesy mentioned it when I first came onto Restream, because I didn't mirror the camera, and I mirrored it because I started wearing that Joker hat, and the words were the wrong way around, so I had to sort of mirror it so it made sense on camera. But then everyone got confused when I went on Restream, and the room was all changed, and people were like, "Oh, I always thought you went out that way of the door," and people was all confused and found it funny that it was a bit of YouTube magic going on there. But anyway, how are you there, Roger? Welcome and
all right
to the stream.
Because that door there leads to the hall. Because I go out immediately to the left is the bathroom and also has shower room in that.
Yeah.
And to the right is the hallway, and then go to the bedrooms, and after it goes straight across is into the lounge room. I'm in the kitchen.
It's funny, this YouTube business, all these tricks of the trade that we find out. But yeah, something else I've wanted to do. Like, do you guys know Uncle Roger and stuff like that? Like,
yeah, I have seen his stuff.
But basically, I don't know. I've always, for a bit of fun, in my head I came up with like these sort of characters where I could do like food reviews but not being myself. So I was thinking of maybe doing that as like membership content, but maybe like put out a little bit on for free for people to sort of see. But yeah, maybe let's just say it will be sort of loosely based on some other content creators out there. And I might use a few catchphrases or stuff that a lot of us sort of use and find funny. Like eat the chip and stuff. Like I might, and yeah, just a few things like that I might sort of incorporate and maybe sort of make a few people into one character in a way. Like use people's mannerisms or stuff that they do and stuff, and kind of create a character out of it. And I don't know, see the GIMP food reviews. Yeah, I guess I could always, depending if people want to see it, maybe I'll get a GIMP food. And aren't they covered the face? Well, I don't know how they eat food with a mask on. Maybe try and push it through the eye holes or something. But yeah, who knows? It's funny you said GIMP food reviews. There's just just doing some silly stuff and see how it goes. Like maybe even different outfits or just, as I say, maybe like try and get into character and just see how it is and see if people get entertained by it. Painting with Steve Ross. Yeah,
I reckon if you put a furry, not a furry, but put a Bob Ross
like
wig on, big afro, and do some painting with, on your painting channel as a tribute to Bob Ross.
Well, I actually haven't done it in years. Haven't done it in years, but I have done actual canvas painting and stuff in the past. And I have done like TAFE and stuff for painting. So when I did TAFE, we had to, do the stuff like painting in capsicums, but doing it in like one color. So instead of like, like we just using all red tones, but then you still have to get the shading right and just all sorts of stuff. So, maybe I might pull out a canvas because I love how Bob Ross he always cleans his brush and then flicks it, and he always gets excited. When he cleans the brush, and he always finds it amusing. It was like, oh, I love doing that.
Funny you should mention him, and I suppose the reason why I bring it up is because there's a YouTube channel at the moment, and it's live with episodes of Bob Ross, and I did watch the end of one where he's painting I think they called it Seafarers Settlement or something like that. And I'm still amazed at how he can just, put a splotch of paint on something and turn it into virtually a masterpiece of, you think, how does this guy do it? There's just unbelievable what he was doing.
Yeah, because he uses I forget the words, the name of it, but they're basically like almost like a knife almost. There's a proper term for it, and me being an artist or me being into art, I clearly know what I'm talking about.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, proving it here. But yeah, like he'll get a bit of paint on, and then he'll wipe it on, and then like do a few, because you can either wipe it on the flat surface, or you can turn it to the sort of side of the tool. And that's how he sometimes does trees and stuff like that. And he just takes a little bit.
Yeah, he was using like a paint scraper at one stage, and then he would say, "Oh, we'll pick up He named different brushes. He said, "Oh, we'll get the 1-inch brush, and we'll mix this and mix that, and we'll just put a little bit here," and brought shrubs to life, and then he'd get a smaller brush which he named, and he mixed a few colours, and we'll put some wire in here on these posts, and just palette knife. There you go. Good on you, Simon.
But and how he always says, don't necessarily copy him as well. Use some of the techniques, but if you put a couple of extra trees in, he's always. I like how he's always make it your own and stuff. You like that's how he says like happy little accidents and stuff. If you make a mistake, you can come back from it by doing stuff to make it. You can turn a tree into something else really if you want. That's why like a lot of us get stressed about painting these little models, but then a lot of like the more professional or the people that try to teach, they do sort of say, you can just respray it if you want. You know, you can respray it, or you can even strip the paint. You can have paint strippers to strip it back to the plastic and then reprime it, and go from there. And so at the end of the day, like, don't stress too much, because if you're not happy with it, you can start again, or whatever. Yeah, Bob Ross. From what I know, he was in the war and stuff as well. Bob Ross, like he was a soldier and stuff like that. So
Yes.
he had like a pretty full on life, but he comes across just so happy and in the moment. And from what I know, from memory of when I used to really sort of get into his stuff, he had like PTSD and that sort of stuff. But the way to cope is like, doing painting, because it's a form of mindfulness, a form of meditation. It's a form of getting rid of some of that negative stuff, or just some of that stuff going on in your head that you're struggling with. You can, but he really enjoys it, and you can tell that he's really sort of in the moment. And he makes it look so easy, but then he'll say, oh, I'll just add a few trees here, a few this, and I made a mistake there, but happy little accidents. And before you know it, he's made like from his own head, he's made like a great landscape. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's amazing what. And I'm just wondering, does anybody know? Yeah, here we go. Does anybody know if there's anyone else like him? Surely to goodness, there's got to be someone else like him. He can't be the only one.
Sorry, put my hand up like a school kid. Sorry about that.
That's all right. That's all
You're
right.
all right, Roger.
I'm in a funny mood tonight, I saw. One of those funny moods tonight.
What do you have to tell us, Roger? Go for it. The stage is yours.
I'm just in a funny mood tonight. I just what Mark said. Put my hand up like a school kid. That's all. Like before Mark finished explaining what he said.
Well, one of the YouTube channels I watch, the people who participate have a little. I think it's on Google. When they want to ask a question, they put their hand up, as in a little animated little GIF or something comes up on the screen in the bottom, say left corner there, and then the host.
We might have to do that if we ever get 10 people on. We might have to do something like that.
Well, technically speaking, we've got the three of us on, plus the people in your channel, and the three or the two watching on me, including me. So we've got whatever 10 going now, have we? Is it 10?
We have 11 right now, so it goes up and down, but yeah, we have 11. But to answer your question before, one, he's an Aussie bloke, and he's an excellent artist. I got into him because I like a lot of different Mr. Squiggle. I like a lot of different art, and I was very much into cartooning when I was younger. I liked cartoons, Looney Tunes, all sorts of stuff, and used to like drawing the characters and then sort of creating my own characters. But this guy called Jazza on YouTube, he's got like 1 million, probably even a couple of million followers. He's a huge channel. He even has a second channel that's more for tabletop or miniature painting, which he had for a while and stopped, and then he got back into it with his friends, but that's tabletop time. But Jazza, for ages, he used to just do cartooning. Sometimes he used to get, I don't know if it was his nephew or people, fans, like followers of the channels, little kids would send him their superheroes or their characters, and he would take it and draw it, in a professional manner, like, because he's really good at it. But he's done some paintings like Bob Ross style, and he's also taken how you go to op shops and you get like a landscape that's framed. He will take them and then like repaint over it. So there was one where it was like a dock with boats and stuff, and he added like a kraken coming out of the water.
Yeah, right.
So it wasn't just, it was like a land, and he's done another one where it was like in the woods, and he added this, so it looked like it was in sort of the sun was going down, but he added a dragon in the background, and it was obviously already had the landscape, and he's added to it on top of it. But yeah, he's an amazing artist. He's for some reason he came to mind when we were talking about is there anyone similar to Bob Ross? Yeah, good old Jazza. And I said he's probably got 2 million. He's got 6.5 million subs, 1.4K videos. I don't watch him as much as I used to because I guess, like we were saying, there's so much content out there. But yeah, you can't. You're probably not going to be able to see this, but yeah, you can't get much more Aussie as well than your channel name is Jazza.
Jazza Makaza.
Jazza. There you go.
Yeah.
Jazzar.
So he's a great
Jazza.
bloke as well. Which what makes it, he's. But these days he does all sorts of stuff. So we have paint first, paint pens here. So it looks like he's using a paintbrush and then paint pens. I tried Hollywood special effects makeup. Done a giant castle Grayskull remake. So he does all sorts of stuff these days where it used to be quite cartooning based, but now, and sometimes he'll try different products. But he's another success story, how he's taken YouTube, made a career out of it. He's been successful for a long time, but I remember when I used to watch him a bit more, he bought a studio, so he has a huge studio now where he has even more room for more equipment and stuff. Like he's very successful. But yeah, if anyone's interested in that content, definitely go check Jazza out.
Yeah, crazy. 6.5 million subscribers. That'd be epic.
Yeah, for me, I was a working class man myself. I'm in the presence of 2 legends, G and Mark.
Thanks, Roger.
I want people to subscribe to these 2 people up here.
You know what's funny, Roger? I'm in the presence of 2 legends as well. Mark
Oh,
and Uncle Prawn down there.
Well,
because of Uncle Prawn.
That's got to be a coincidence because I'm in the presence of 2 legends as well.
That's
crazy. The royal prawn down here, and G, the Hyper Sapien right there.
I know 3 legends. Mark, he's a legend. G, he's a legend, and my brother, half brother, Robo 5 Life, is a legend. He needs 65 subs to get 500 subs.
Well, this is how to be the legendary triangle then.
Yeah, we're like the Illuminati, but with the other way around. We flipped it. So the points at the bottom. Because Roger makes the most points out of everyone. Look at the Illuminati confirmed.
Never like that.
Well, speaking of Illuminati, that guy still messaging me to join the Illuminati, but he didn't like when I started spinning his own bullshit on him. So he wanted me to give him. He wanted me to give him like all my information, and he was asking for my name, and I'm like, it's the name that I use on Facebook. I'm like, why would I use another name? But then I gave him some details, but it wasn't quite my own details. So I was telling him a few porcupines a little bit, and then once I gave him my details, he wanted me to take 2 photos of me. He's like 2 photos of me right now. And then I started spinning it back to him, and I was saying, and then he kept on calling me son, so I started calling him son. I'm like, hey son, I said, if you can send me 2 photos right now, we can go from there. And then he started getting, he was telling me how they're followers of the light and all this stuff. But then he said something like, are you disrespecting me, son, or something? And then he said, you don't want to feel my wrath. But it's like, he was just saying you're a follower of the light. Yeah, he's a
big dickhead.
Yeah.
I think it's a big.
Yeah, that's the one, eh? But yeah, he didn't, but then it's funny. If I wasn't replying to him, he kept on saying, well, you've only got you really need to do it today now. And then now I've spun it back on him, and I'm saying for him to send me photos and stuff, he's not replying anymore. Then I say, "Are you there?" Like, if you
That's
send
why
me
it's
two
another real
photos of
Illuminati.
you right, yeah. Well, the contracts.
Do
I
you
know that I showed everyone the contracts. That looked like something a child would do at school.
do you come from a rich and influential family?
Oh, then the funny thing is, once he kept on asking and all the rest of it, all of a sudden I had to give him $200 to get a book and
Jesus.
all this sort of equipment, and he was saying that he was going to, make me rich, and I was going to financially be helped by giving them
Yeah,
money for books, and so yeah,
yeah,
it was all quite, it's all
but
quite,
do you come from a rich and influential family as your background though? Like a rich
yeah,
family, like the
well,
Bush or the Clintons?
yeah.
I
I'm
come
just
from a
trying to
military background, family myself, but I'm not rich. I lived well off, but that's about it. Well to do, but not rich.
oh, here he is. Yeah,
Oh,
don't
this
let
girl's
my
most like
wrath
he
fall
is.
on you. Are you disrespecting me? Like I said, stuff like, have you taken two pictures for me? Message me when you have. Okay, I'll check back later. Hello, son. Have you taken the two pictures for me yet? Hello, son. Have you taken the pictures I asked for? Hello, son. Because that's all he kept on saying. And he was saying, oh, great scientists like Albert Einstein, Nikola Tesla, David Baltimore, and he says all these other names and trying to say, they're all a part of the Illuminati, and yeah, he sent me this list of Illuminati organization note only for initiation members, and he
Yeah,
put
but
all
they
this
wouldn't
different
just
stuff, and
recruit you.
it was going to cost $201. And also, I went onto his page, and I
Yeah,
went
but
from his page to some of the people that was on his friends list that looked like him. Basically, they're dressed as Freemasons with the aprons and stuff on. And then when I looked
yeah,
into some of
but
their stuff, there was unfortunately some poor people that were saying that they did send some money and then they asked for more money. And people obviously get caught up in that scam, unfortunately. But
yeah,
the
yeah,
funny thing as
but
well,
just
people are trying
recruit
to
you on
scam me.
Facebook.
I'm poor ad, so if people are trying to scam me, you only get like a couple of dollars from me. So I'm
I'm
not
from
worth
middle
it.
class background. Like once my mother got married to my stepfather, Robert Father was his father. I come from working class and middle class, like well to do, but I'm not rich by any means. I'm just happy what I've got. You know,
Yeah,
I'm happy just to be a working man. And I thought by of be a working class man.
yeah. No, that's
And
fair. That's fair enough.
I got more in common with you and Mark than I do with
Hmm.
let's say the rich people. I got more in common with Mark and you because I worked all my since I was 18. Since I finished high school, and
Yeah,
I don't know anything else but work. I wake up feeling early in the morning, go to work about 7, 8, 9, 10 hours, and teach
hmm.
martial arts a couple of days a week, and yeah, I don't know what else to do.
Yeah. No, that's fair. To answer what Brad's saying, yeah, you missed out. Myself, Mark, and Roger, we
Come
were all
back
going to join
here,
the
dressed like
Freemasonries.
Freemasons.
We're going to join the Freemasons, and we're getting our aprons sent to us this week. So next time on stream, we'll be standing here with some Freemason aprons, and we'll do we're doing secret handshakes and all sorts of
Monkey.
stuff.
Yeah, because there's all sorts of conspiracy theories about the Freemasons. What I can think of, one
Yeah,
knows, and probably what you've heard, Gene. Well, of course, Mark would have heard quite a few things about the Freemasons as well. He probably
yeah.
knows more than I do.
Yeah, well, that's another topic that I'm kind of interested in. Well, I guess conspiracy theories or that sort of stuff. It's just I don't believe everything I'm told and all that, but you'll find it interesting.
Yeah,
And yeah, Illuminati are just a higher up. I believe they're after 33-degree Freemasons. So you build up
Yeah.
and you get.
The
But
dog face got a good point. If they are
people can say
Freemasons, why are they make you pay money?
That's it. That's
Dog
the
face
free
got
part.
a good point.
They should be called paid Masons, pay me Masons. But yeah, the Illuminati is
Most
real.
of them are
A lot of it is lies, but you look in some entertainers freely have opened up about it, and basically they can choose to do it independently or get into some sort of system where they. Why the hell would they want some dude like me in the Freemasons or the Illuminati?
Well,
Like,
you have to come from a wealthy family or know
yeah,
someone from a wealthy family to get in.
wealthy family, yeah, have a
I'm not from a wealthy
connection,
family.
yeah, the
You know anyone
connection.
from a wealthy family, too?
Oh, well, I know some people that are, have some amount of money, but not like, not what they want.
Yeah, talk about at least $500,000 to $750,000 a year plus. That's what I'm talking about,
Yeah,
rich. In my
yeah, they
terms.
would, like there's only like 5% of people or something like that on the planet that are a part of the elites or whatever word you want to use, you know,
Yeah.
as them. I haven't looked into it for a while,
You've
but
got the best.
it is something small, like, a very small percent that are in these organizations. Also, another interesting organization, which is a big organization that has lots of smaller ones incorporated into it, is was known as
Yeah, but they. I
I
know what
was gonna
you're
say
saying.
Bohemian Grove, but that's totally different. That's where they do rituals and stuff like that.
Yeah, all
It's
the rituals.
the Bilderberg group. So the world leaders and some rich people, celebrities and big business owners, they all
Yeah, rich
come
businessmen.
together
Yeah.
they come together. Haven't looked into it for a while, but it used to be come together for every 4 or so years and talk about world issues, and they break them down into
Yeah,
smaller
what they
groups.
think is
And people have,
delicious. Yeah.
oh no, it's that quick. Let's talk about something different.
Yeah, yeah. I had
But yeah,
to. The Mandalorian was getting a bit hot under the collar, so man, is it hot here at the
uh,
moment. And of course, I've
before the
done something.
Mandalorians don't take off their t-shirts.
Yeah, the dog face. So where Ben Penrith you were in dog face because I was in Holsworthy for a little while after my mother moved in with my stepfather and that. In Holsworthy, the military base there. Because my stepfather was in the Royal Australian Navy.
But I mean, the stuff that I was talking
Penrith you
about
in.
before, it does get very when you realize that, really stuff like war, people are being used as pawns for all sorts of reasons, sometimes to incorporate banking systems into countries that don't have it, and all different reasons. It does get a little bit, like sometimes that is why I did get depressed because of so much wrong that can be happen on this planet, and I just feel like I can't do anything. I used to try to share a lot of information and try to educate people or show people some a bit of evidence and stuff to sort of wake them up or whatever. But really,
Yeah, but
really, you can lead a horse to water and all that stuff. People are either interested or want to know about that stuff or not. But yeah, and if you look into Bilderberg group, you know,
this was
because
what
I knew stuff about like the war in Syria was going to happen a few years before it even did and stuff like that. But I remember because I've came across, I used to write stuff down, and when I cleared up my hobby space or whatever, I came across stuff where I've like listed it. And I wrote lists and stuff before it was actually mainstream media or was actually happening fully. And you can predict the future a little bit. Sometimes they say, "Oh, how Simpsons know all of this?" Well, if you actually do look into stuff, you can find stuff out ahead of time because a lot of this stuff is pre-planned. It's not
Yep.
just wars happening. How did this? And that's what stuff like Bilderberg groups are. They're looking at different situations and and people have infiltrated those situations, and they've got some of the information out and released it to the public. And I've even back in the day because that's what YouTube used to be kind of good for, but obviously they eventually stripped a lot of those channels from that. They got rid of a lot of those channels that were doing that stuff. But yeah, the people have been chased from the Bilderberg group.
You mean conspiracy theories?
Okay, Alex Jones.
Well, Alex Jones is a bit of a twat. He used to be okay, but yeah, he just became. I'm pretty sure he sold out. I reckon, or he just seemed like he sold out, or he was just doing some extremely crazy stuff just to keep popular. Alex Jones being crazy again. At least good or bad publicity, he's still getting paid. He's still.
Well, for those of you on the UFO topic, that's what they used to say about Stephen Greer. Initially when he was first coming onto the scene, he was good, and as he's got on, if you followed him for a long time, this is what some people say: he either got to keep bettering himself, and we all do it to a degree, or the people he's listening to are feeding definite lies. And I think that may have been the case with Alex Jones. It wouldn't surprise me if Alex Jones was being fed information and it was disinformation for a lot of people to make it look bad and discredit him.
Yeah. Also, if you, whatever name you want to call, like the people that are doing a lot of this controlling situation, I think kind of Brad sort of touched on it before. All of this information is put out. Some information is to almost like lead you down the wrong path, and then some is down the right path. And you kind of need to work out what's the truth, what's bullshit, and So I used to spend a lot of time looking into. That's why, child trafficking and pedophilia. I mean, pedophilia on a big scale, as in, them using they can. Well, obviously, the rich can manipulate so many situations out there, and then if they get caught, they can manipulate those situations of getting out of that.
Yeah,
because they have the money to be able to pay. Unfortunately, a lot of cops and people in that sort of system are obviously really sort of evil people as well. So power, money, all that stuff you can manipulate situations on it. So I used to be very much into that, but it probably didn't help my mental health that much because you start learning this much, and the more you learn, the more you go down the rabbit hole. You're like, these people are fucking sick in the head, and you want to try to help, but you can't. And I don't have any blood together.
But after a while, you have to learn the truth from the lies too. After a while,
exactly.
Wherever the hell you go down, there's always going to be at least a few lies along the way. So you have to be careful.
It's like speed bumps or doing hurdles. There's always gonna be that stuff trying to stop you from getting to your destination. There's always going to be that speed bump that's trying to stop your journey from being just a smooth journey. But for some reason, Brad reminded me what I was going to say before, and you guys were touching on it. Also, there's like you said about Greer, they call them these days. That words change all the time, but these days they call them plants, industry plants. There's people as well that are planted into whatever situation topic, UFO topic, or even the music industry. Sometimes people are put in place because Cat Williams has been speaking out about, he's a comedian, he's been speaking about other black comedians, and he's been saying, this is just one example, like Kevin Hart, he said is an industry plant that was kind of put in place to replace him because he wasn't prepared to do what they wanted him to do, to sell out and become more famous, more rich, and get in that situation. So sometimes they put a person, and supposedly, again, you can believe it or you can not. But Kanye West as well said that this new artist, Cardi B is an industry plant, and the reason you know they're a plant is because you look into their background. Most people don't become an entertainer, a comedian, a musician. You know, they have a story. You see them going from being poor and working and learning the craft to get to where they are. But if you're a plant, you're just thrown into that situation, and you look into their backgrounds, and there's not much information. You can't find much information about their history of how they owns that craft, how they,
Yeah, I know what
because
you mean.
when it's a comedian, they'll be doing a lots of gigs. You know, they'll go to comedy clubs, and they build up to that situation to be able to
Build, yeah.
being able
Yeah.
to being able to get on films and being able to do big shows and earn millions and all that stuff. They work hard to get to that situation, but then some people are just thrown into that, and all of a sudden they overnight they become a celebrity, and you kind of wonder where they came from. Or and even like we're talking about UFOs and stuff like that, even with that topic, it sometimes can be difficult because someone might be thrown in there just to discredit or lead you down the garden path, just to sort of lie to you, just to because if you're distracted by all these lies, then the truth's over here. You're missing out on what's over here because rose-colored glasses and all that sort of stuff. It's
Yeah.
so when you are getting into this stuff, because when I used to really get into UFOs and aliens or whatever you want to call them, sometimes I don't like those pop culture terms. Yeah, if you like, people didn't like me on some Facebook groups because I would say, let's look at all the stuff that it possibly could be before we just say, yeah, it's a UFO or yeah, it's this or that. Let's break it down and see if there's but then some people are just so gullible. That's what my point is. Some people are so gullible, they believe the lies and they say, yeah, I'm very much into this topic, but they would just believe all these lies. And you just sort of realize, yeah, you might be interested in the topic, but any information that you just come across, you just believe that it's truth, when you need to actually like look into stuff a little bit more before you just say yes or no.
Well, that's why the military has counterintelligence.
Mm.
A
Always do.
counterintelligent agent is there
The
to,
weather balloon,
yeah, that's it.
what gas?
Is
It
there
do.
to find out what the enemy is doing, and oftentimes use their own knowledge against them, or to infiltrate and change the direction of their um, ideology, so to speak. And
Yeah.
this has been done for eons in all sorts
Yeah,
of
no.
Yeah,
groups, regardless
They
whether
before it
it's
also
was announced
use
before.
UFOs or
they
so
also
on and so
use
forth.
psychics as well. Psychics, the ones who can predict where things
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
They
Like
use
if you look
psychics.
into
Both sides use psychics. You know what I mean?
if you
Like
look into
who can
Montauk,
see
if you look
things.
into Montauk Project, they used people's psychic abilities to and technology together to go into different dimensions and stuff like that. That's what Stranger Things, the series, is based on, the Montauk Project. And the way the story goes is in Stranger Things, they end up opening a dimension and a monster comes out, like the Demigorgon comes out. But in the actual Montauk Project, they did use psychics and different technology to open up a portal from another dimension, and they called it the Montauk Monster came out, and they had to psychically shut that down because to get rid of that monster, sorry, that entity, to get rid of it. So yeah,
Yeah,
I've definitely looked into
but
a lot of that as well, Roger. And Mark's in the past gone into remote viewing and stuff like that. So like the
yeah, that's what
military
I
or the
mean.
government, the
Yeah, that's
government
what I'm
definitely
talking about.
used,
Remote viewing. That's it.
yeah,
Remote viewing. They use psychics for remote viewing as well for, for both
Yeah,
the
well,
enemy and everything else out in
so,
space, like UFOs.
so there's so much really that we could go into, because we're kind of bouncing a little bit from topic to topic, but there's so much in just what we're talking about, so many little bits and pieces.
Not really, Peter Noddle. Not really. Not
I think
really.
Mark and Dogface
I
have
can
a bit of a
attest to
chat
that.
in the back end, which is fine.
I can attest to that. Isn't military in action? Not really, Peter Nettle.
But
If you know half of it, what
yeah,
I know half, you'd be thinking a little bit differently, Peter Nettle.
the thing is, for a while there, I kind of hated the system. I hated, military and the police and that sort of stuff. But the thing is, some people just go into that situation. They're going into that industry just for a job. They're going in there for a
Yeah,
job, or they're trying to do the right thing
yeah.
in, unfortunately, a corrupt situation, a corrupt industry, or corrupt governments that are obviously using people to do the wrong stuff. But there are people in those organisations that are trying to
Uh,
do the right thing. So it
depends what they're going in for as well. What they've been fed by the government, because they go into dangerous situations to clear things up for their government. Because the government feels
mm,
one thing and have to do what their upper people tells them. It's like a chain
mm,
from the defense minister and up all the way down. It's like a chain.
mm,
The military is a chain of command going down, and they follow
well,
orders from the higher up. That's what it's
yeah.
like. It's like a strong chain of command.
Well,
But will
also the higher up you are, the more information you get. But the lower you are, the less you know about the situation at hand. But also,
Yeah,
like
uh,
there was a TV show called Conspiracy Theory that had Jesse Ventura as the host, and
Jesse Ventura,
he's
the wrestler.
obviously,
Yeah,
yeah, but he's huge in like politics and stuff. He was
I
a
know.
governor or whatever it was, and but even he has gone to some of the high up. He's gone to the White House and stuff, and they've sort of said, you're not allowed you're not allowed to know this stuff. You're not allowed to. He's obviously quite a big personality, and he's a wrestler, so he wanted to obviously go and wrestle people if they told him no.
I
But
know.
he just has that
I know.
attitude like, I'm gonna know, and he wasn't allowed to know, but he is interested. And I've been watching. I haven't watched much, but Dan Aykroyd's also got a new show. I think it's called The Unbelievable. But that's a pretty cool show.
For me, big.
It's actually got one thing that I found funny. It's got Adam Richman in it. That is from Man vs Food, but he's another guy that's obviously interested in what I just saw my name pop up in the corner of my eye.
Yeah, but the high up you are, the more gates are open to you, and more information you can get about certain
Yeah,
things. And sometimes you have to
even the
sign those disclosure agreements. My stepfather has to sign this as well, not to
yeah.
spill things out to the public, and they only feed them what they want them to know.
Yeah,
There you
Brad said
go.
it all there. Yeah, he's Navy
Jason
SEAL,
Ventura.
governor, actor, wrestler. Yeah, what was it? A sexual tyrannosaurus or whatever he says in that film, Predator, isn't it? But yeah, even the presidents. That's why I don't find it funny when people feel like presidents and stuff are people that have a lot of power and influence, because even they don't know so much when it comes to a lot of the stuff we're talking about. They're not allowed
Yeah,
to look at that information.
well
yeah,
the
potentially.
information I've looked into or followed in the people that are in the UFO industry or UFO world, so they say
Mm,
some presidents have been briefed and others haven't been. But don't forget, the president is only a figurehead. You know,
yeah,
there's the puppets behind the scenes who are pulling the strings that know more than what the leader of a certain country does.
it's basically just the face of an organization.
Yeah, like a
You know,
shadow government.
yeah.
That's what you went.
Well,
That's what Marcus was saying. There's a shadow government going on.
well,
Like this
also
government you see
JFK.
and the government you don't see.
JFK was trying to speak up about secret societies that run the planet and stuff, and what ended up
Uh,
happening to him when he spoke too much.
yeah, but he tried to
He
split up the
wasn't.
CIA as well.
Mm,
Tried shutting in the different organisations as well as the CIA, the Central Intelligence. Yeah, they
Yeah.
also employ spies and that. I read into it. And plus what my stepfather told me too.
And don't
Mm.
forget, we're being fed, for being fed information, we get it all on our phones, through social media, through whatever platform you get. Everyone has a particular agenda that they're pushing.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Right.
want you to know. There's a lot you don't know either. You only receive between 1 to 10% what you've been fed through your devices, but there's a lot they don't tell you as well.
Another place that you can get information from that I used to get some of my information from. Does anyone remember
Eh.
books?
Oh, those old things, yeah.
Yeah, bloody hell!
I think I've got a few of those around.
Back before this,
Well,
I used
that's
to have
20 years
to
old
go
in
to. I
itself.
I used to have to go to the library to learn more about what I was interested in. Yeah.
Hey,
There are actually some books that have
hard to
predicted a lot
believe.
of stuff that happens this day and age. Like again, as I say,
You
if
know,
you really look into stuff and you learn about some of this stuff, you can tell the future in a way. And it's not some Mystic Meg stuff. It's you can look into the stuff that they pre-planned a lot of stuff. And yeah, there are some books that I've read some of, or just read a few pages or whatever of, and they've predicted stuff that's kind of happening, in our time, like in the last 10 years or
yeah,
whatever.
like,
Yeah, and then there's people who have premonitions of, things that are going to happen. Not
Mm.
always, a fair way out, but sometimes the night before or day before.
yeah,
Well, even because I've tried to tap into, I guess, psychic abilities or whatever you want to call it, and because I have been able to, or certain situations I have predicted. There was when I used to be into like cannabis and stuff like that. I used to go to rallies, and I remember I was really anxious and just feeling really bad about going to this, and I just felt like something was going to happen, and the cops ended up rocking up to that and shut it down. But also the people that kind of ran the organizations, they didn't really care because they know their laws and stuff, and they were doing a peaceful protest. So there's certain laws that like they basically, from what I know, no one got arrested or in trouble from that situation at all. So it's just you need to kind of know the law and the situation. But the people that ran these rallies or protests, whatever you want to call it, they are a part of a political party. They used to be called Polite, and their logo was just like the police logo, but polite. And the people that ran the organization used to wear the shirts and stuff like that. So one of the guys that used to run that, he's in a political party that's trying to legalize that.
Mm.
He's one of those people that give medicine to people who have seizures and stuff like that. And unfortunately, a lot of people go without because of laws when there's a
Yeah,
lot worse drugs out there like alcohol that you know some people use it in moderation and it's fine, but some people abuse it. And obviously, alcohol is one of those drugs that you can't just go cold turkey off. If you're an alcoholic, you can't just stop doing it. You need to slowly come off it. So it kind of shows you that compared to like mushrooms or cannabis or whatever. Just gonna let this dog out. He's having a cry.
yeah, no
I
worries. You do what you got
remember
to do, Rogers. Um,
more listening.
yeah.
Oh no, that bloody door again.
No, the yoga Yeah, Stylesy, you're absolutely right, mate.
I like
Well,
that he done the prawn under toilet emoji.
Simon, you're absolutely right, mate. And the more practice you do, the better you'll get at it. Um, there's ways and means. That's for sure. Um, some people can do it effortlessly, and others it takes a lot to learn to have an out of body experience or something like that. It's a bit like people have described it as um, learning the piano. Ooh, hiccups. You either pick it up easily, or for some people, they struggle for years and years trying to do something. But yeah, anything's possible. What do you get a bottle of water out of the fridge? I see, Roger, or are you going back onto a can?
Just, I just, I just got a bottle of water out in the lounge room for later, so I can look back over the first hour and a bit of the stream I missed. Because
Yeah,
I didn't know. I forgot about G's go to the stream tonight. That's all.
it's all
So
right,
look
mate.
back at it later. That's all.
Yeah, it's too easy. We're just two silly plonkers getting on and talking about different things, and you know, you know, doing a bit of deep dive there earlier on with a bit of mental health stuff. So, and we've moved on to various subjects and having a good bit of a laugh at the same time.
No one. Something I came across the other day that amazed me. I reckon she was probably about maybe 12 years old, and she was listening to someone play the piano, and she actually learnt how to play that piece of music only by listening to it. And what she did is she kept on playing the notes, and she played it a little bit too fast or a little bit wrong at first. But after about 10 minutes, she had it down perfectly. So that was like you were saying before. Some people get it instantly, some don't. But she obviously understands the way the notes work so well and how the keys work so well that she's just playing about with it. She roughly knew, probably from as well. I think she was watching a video, so she kind of knew the hand placement roughly.
Yeah.
But then she kept on trying it, and before you knew it, but yeah, she was this very, and she wasn't sort of egotistical or nothing like that. She was just a very lovely child, like, teenager or whatever she was. She was very humble, and yeah, she blew my mind. She like a
Well,
very
wasn't
amazing individual.
Mozart was like that too? He at a very young age, just very talented person. But if you ever watch that movie Amadeus, um, it's probably all fictionalized, of course, but it was very well portrayed. I really enjoyed it. Um, there's very talented people out there, that's for sure. And
Everyone's
some,
gifted in certain places.
yeah,
There's stuff that yourself, Mark, or Roger could do that no one else kind of could do, or some people could do. A lot of other people couldn't. But she just blew me away. That girl. I'm just like the skills that she has at such a young age. If she continues that, she's just going to be amazing when she's an adult.
yeah, it's
For
great to
us,
see people like that.
for us mental health guys, I had a cousin commit suicide. That's all in 2012. In that, back in 2012, my cousin committed suicide. In that, because he didn't look like he was suppressed or anything, but he used to be bullied at school. What I've heard, and one day he just hanged himself in that, and he
Yeah,
didn't look
right.
depressed or anything. And one day I had a phone call, and he just committed suicide, and that apparently he was depressed and stuff.
Yeah. If Beethoven was deaf, then yeah, he could certainly. It's
Yeah,
quite well known that if you lose one of your senses in some respects. The other senses take over or more
That's only a
intuitive.
myth, that is.
Yeah.
That's only a myth. That's only a myth.
Yeah, exactly what Simon says there, Roger. It's terrible when that sort of thing happens. So how's
Sorry to hear that, Roger.
I didn't think you were there, G.
I was listening to him. I just muted it. Muted the laptop so I was away from them and could answer the.
Yeah, you're right, mate.
I
No
remember.
worries. You take your
I
time. You
remember.
do what you got to do.
I remember a kid in year 7. When I was in England and stuff, committed suicide. Being like a lovely bloke as well, a lovely kid or whatever. So yeah, I mean, we did go into that before you came on. Roger went into it quite a bit of my own journey and Mark and his partner's situation, and we got into a bit of it's a really shitty situation, and anyone that's going through it, I'd rather them reach out to, because I mean over the years I've participated in psychic groups and UFO groups and alien groups, and but even a lot of people in those groups and stuff, like I've just helped. I wouldn't really say mentor, but like if they're struggling because of my own situation, I just feel like they can open up to me a lot more. Like I've just found a lot of broken people or people with a lot of trauma from abuse, or if that's physical abuse or whatever it might be, had came to me in over the years, and I've tried my best to build them up and make them not better people, but like help them get rid of some of that baggage. I guess it's like, we've all got so much baggage, but it's kind of like, I guess, catching a plane and going to another country, but instead of picking up your bags, just go in and enjoying yourself. Don't bring all that stuff, because we all like material, we all like material stuff. We all have hobbies and stuff, but a lot of that does carry baggage with it. Like sometimes has good memories or good situations attached to whatever it may be, but sometimes you have some negative stuff attached to it. But it's
I
also
got
why
some.
it's also why I like food, because sometimes you eat food. Sometimes I eat food or smell food, and it takes me back to my childhood. Like bacon, because I grew up in England. Like
Yeah.
English fried breakfast or whatever, or English breakfast. I just
Yeah, full
remember
English
going
breakfast
to
got bacon in it, yeah.
yeah, I just remember going to my aunties when I was a kid, and my granddad, who was just an amazing bloke and just full of stories and knowledge, and he was very lovely to his
Yeah.
grandkids, who I was one. I just remember going to his house, or we'd go to my aunt's
Yeah.
house. And she owned a farm in her
Yeah.
later years. She had a farm, so we used to go down there for holidays and stuff. And she used to have some
Oh, yeah.
goats and some
What
pigs and
sort of
stuff. That
what sort of farm did your auntie own? Like a wheat farm or sheep farm
well,
or something or
it was basically an animal one. Like she had bloody loads of ducks, so she had used to sell the duck eggs. She had pigs and goats
breeding.
and stuff. She didn't really sell them. They were just a part of the farm. But also a lot of my dad's side,
Breeding.
a lot of his family were worked in the market selling fruit and veg and stuff. So my granddad done that. My dad done
Nice.
that for a while. My auntie, I believe she's still doing it, but she's quite old and poorly these days. So someone else is running that for her. So but yeah, she had this huge property, farm, acres of land, and just it was so fun going down there as kids, because we didn't have bloody tablets and we didn't have
Yeah.
all this stuff that's out these days. So we just used to
Yeah.
run
I
amok
agree
and
with that.
ride around. We used to ride around on the tractor, and we used to go and climb trees and just it was so fun, and just those memories though of
Yeah.
smelling that bacon, because we wouldn't have bacon every day because obviously it's not the most, it's okay in
Yeah.
moderation. But I just remember
Yeah, it
the
was all
smell of
about
stuff like
motion
that.
and
It
that. Yeah.
smell of stuff like that just brings me back to being a child, and a lot of those memories
Yeah.
come flooded back. And
Most
you
of
know,
my
so
most of
so
my family, yeah, most of my family either served in the military or worked in the coal and lime mines, like both open cut and beneath surface mines as well.
yeah,
And I
right,
are good memories from that too, because I always got taught appreciate what you've got, and I appreciate what I got. I got appreciate what clothes I've got on, and appreciate what I've got. And if I go back to being poor, so be it. I'm poor and happy, yeah. Like I prefer to be poor and happy than rich and miserable. That's what my saying. I say to Robert Five Life. I prefer to be
yeah,
poor and happy and rich and miserable, because the higher up in the circles you go, the smaller the groups of friends would come.
yeah. Also,
That's
you
all
know,
the people have
if
small.
you're either poor and if you're poor and you make money, or if you make money and you become poor, like you lose money, you'll see who really gives a shit about you. Because all of a sudden when you get money, a lot of these, like, say, like Eminem, for example, is a rapper that I've always liked since a kid. And he said once he got famous and money, all of a sudden he had step brothers and sisters calling him and trying to get to know him, and his all these family members that all of a sudden he never sort of spoke to or even knew about. They're all coming out the woodwork like, "Oh,
Yeah.
hey, I want to get to know
Yeah.
you." But also, if you lose money, you're rich. You're going to obviously have a lot of people around you. But if you lose money, then the people that are only there for the money, the material stuff, they're all going to disappear. And so that's
Yeah.
why who knows what's going to happen in my life, but I always
Yeah.
want to remember all the people that was there for me when I needed them, not if I ever did,
Yeah.
get more money for however way I do, if I
If
rob a
good
bank or
idea,
whatever. If all of a
be,
sudden I rob a bank and I've got millions, I'm gonna remember all the people, that were there. Like
yeah,
if you can't,
just,
if you, well, there's a saying, like, if you're not there for me, when I'm struggling, you shouldn't be there when I'm in a good position. You shouldn't.
yeah, because you have to be proud where you come from, rather than what you are at the moment. Yeah, like you come from a working class family from UK and come to Australia when you were, was it 12, three?
Yeah,
Come
yeah.
to
11
Australia when you're
turning
12,
12.
right? Yeah.
Mm,
So you have to be proud where you come from. You got to be proud of your family, and you got to be proud where you come from and what they provided for you growing up. Like I come from a British and Scottish background myself.
mm,
Because 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 I said to Mrs. Austin, which is pretty true. My grandfather, my mum's side, was a Campbell. My grandmother, she was last name was Campbell's the Scottish, and she was
mm.
Scottish before married my grandfather, who was English, who's from Yorkshire, England.
Yeah.
And through that, because back in before 1986, if you come from the UK and come to Australia, you're automatically Australian and UK citizen.
Mm,
You come out in that time before Australia Day 1986, you would have been like that Australian citizen
mm.
without applying for it. And my grandparents and my mother came in 1974 when she was 10. 6 years later, I was born when she was 16. So, yeah, my mum was 16 and I was born in Truemont. It's part of the Stone Mountains.
Okay.
And my biological dad, I was a little baby. And 4 years later, she's met my stepdad and was part of the military. And my first half sister was born in 1988 in Adelaide.
Oh, okay.
And then 3 years after that, we sort of moved around a bit and we in Fremantle, Perth. Robbo Firefly and his twin sister was born in Fremantle in 1991. Yeah, because I can't faintly remember this, but when she was born with Robert Firefly, his sister, and she was happy. She says, she says something about expecting 2. And I said, I was 6. It says, me expecting 2, Mum. I was 11 at the time. It says, there's going to be 2 siblings, half siblings, 2 extra siblings going to have. He says, what do you mean? He says, it's about 5 months, 6 months gone, because by 3 months you can tell them what the gender of the baby is by then, after 3 months. And she said, a boy and a girl. I says, I can't have another brother and sister? I says, yeah, because I was 11 by then, so I didn't know about sex, so not till another year or so. Not when your parents give you the talk about the birds, the bees, and that. And then in September 91, they were born, and by the time he was 6, I was 17. I had appendicitis. All I remember is grabbing my side, and I can't remember anything else about that because it's back in 97. I woke up one morning, I had this intense pain, like somebody whacked me with a hammer. Finally, Robert Firefly says, he looked at me and I collapsed. And him and his twin sister both raced to the phone for the ambulance because I couldn't remember. And they both called for the ambulance. Apparently, I was almost within half an hour of dying if I didn't go to the hospital with appendicitis.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And Robert Firefly was actually, that's why he called himself Firefly, because he actually saved my life because of appendicitis. And that's for Robbo Firefly. Okay, I call him the Wolf, but yeah. And it was for him. I wouldn't be here talking to you and Mark.
Yeah, good old Wolf, man.
The only reason he has my last name Facebook is he wanted to adopt my last name on Facebook only. No, he hasn't changed it officially, but only for Facebook. He wanted to borrow my last name so people wouldn't ask too many questions how me and him are related.
Yeah.
Because his real last name is Wolf. WOLFMANN.
Roger the Wolfman Pirate.
Name, so you can.
Roger the Wolfman.
How we related.
It's lucky it's not a full moon, otherwise it'll be transforming right now.
But it is a full moon, isn't it?
I'm not sure actually. I haven't followed the moon for a while.
Yeah, no.
I have been walking.
Up there.
I've been walking in the evenings, and sometimes it's amazing to walk out there when it's a full moon and you're walking, especially when it's quite low in the sky. It looks just.
I know.
You could just reach up there and grab it.
In that moment.
We all got to go to
that.
8th February.
That's the point of you guys heard that there's supposedly another moon race. I think it's China, US, another country, and Elon Musk. He's just his own entity, like he's his own person. He's just.
Well, they something landed today on the moon, didn't it, or yesterday, or something like that? Probably some private company.
Well, funny enough, I just clicked on a notification that I had, And it is people replying too. Apparently, we're in the midst of another space race. US, China, and it is just US, China, and Mr. Musk all racing to get there first. And, expecting
Elon Musk
man to
lives in
set up,
America.
expecting man to set foot on the moon again in the next 6 years or so. But what my question was, if we've already been on the moon, why would it take another 6 years for us to get there when we already got there with sticks and stones back in the day?
But Elon Musk lives in the US. Because he's
Yeah, but
oh,
he's just got so much money that he's just, he can do. When you got that as much money as he does, I think you can just do what you want, can't you?
Yeah.
well, it's not bad for African American. He's born South Africa.
Waxing gibbous.
Gibbous, it means,
It's waxing gibbous moon today. I'm not paid to know not what that means.
Thanks, Roger.
When I first read,
Your pronunciation is perfect.
when I first read that, I thought he was talking about a, I don't know, I thought he was talking about a monkey or a or a wax statue or something. When I just,
it's actually an African American. He was born in South Africa, lives in the US, is a citizen of the US as well, and through his mother, Elon Musk's mother, he's also a citizen of Canada.
Okay.
So he's a citizen of South Africa, Canada, and US.
He's quite, the multilingual person.
He can speak Afrikaans because his mother's from British Columbia. He's Elon Musk's mother.
Yeah, exactly what Dogface says there. But when I'm talking or listening, sometimes I see in the corner of my eye chat come up, and I read a little bit. One eye on here and one eye on the screen, and then I'm like, is he talking about waxing a monkey? He's talking about the moon.
Well, Brad was saying waxing your gibbous moons sounds so wrong.
It does. And also sipping tea like Kermit. Cheers, everyone.
That's it. So if you're looking for something different to completely watch, go over to Cody's channel. He's put a little story time up about 2 hours ago.
That's better.
I got him reading, I believe, a story that he wrote when he was in high school. I think he.
Yeah.
Wow. I can't remember what I wrote 10 years ago, let alone 25 years since I've been in high school. I can't remember.
G'day, Henry. Thanks for being here, mate.
Cody, he does put a couple of channels and the links up. Yours is one of them, G. And Dylan, B. Some guy who does YouTube videos as well. Dylan B. I've subscribed to recently. Me and Robert
was here earlier.
Because he put 4 links on later videos. Funk and Hungry is your channel, G.
Cody's a great bloke.
Dylan B, which I subscribed to late last year. Me and Robert 5 Lives.
Yeah, Dylan was in here. Dylan has came in a couple of chats and participated for a while, but tonight he just came in, said hi and whatnot, and probably not here anymore. But appreciate anyone jumping on for even a couple of minutes just to say hi.
It's 10 past 10 where Mark's living.
Holy guacamole! I just
you're in the mood for tacos.
Well, I'm watching tacos at the moment. There's
taco man. I want to be a taco man.
I just clicked on a stream. It's like a fashion week. It's called
the type of tacos you're talking about.
Yeah, it's called
Women
the black
tacos.
We got to share this. Come on, we got to share this. All right.
You able to screen share or? Welcome as well, Henry. Obviously, you're coming from
Um,
Mark's strain because I can see the
I'll,
pair.
I'll just point out that some people may not like this. It's viewer discretion. However,
Okay, any kiddies or snowflakes, please tune out now.
well, viewer discretion is
I don't know,
advised.
snowflake.
Um, it's Fashion Week or Fashion something in Miami, so I'll just go and share it. The mind boggles. It's
Uh, if I get a bloody, if I get a strike of this, but it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. Did we look at this another time before? I'm pretty sure I remember this
I
on
think we
screen.
did. Yeah. I mean, look.
Well, we'll just talk about UFOs and stuff, and we'll just have that in the background. But I
Well,
think we might be
look
getting a
at the
little bit
UFOs
distracted
there. I
about what
mean,
we're
All right.
talking about.
Oh,
Oh, it's a nice outfit. Not much to the imagination, but still.
most of those haven't got much to the imagination. In fact, actually, one of the blokes
But-
That's right, lady.
one of the
Bloody
blokes,
that chick walking off. That she's defying gravity. That one.
one of the blokes I work with, he said he took his daughter to the Taylor Swift concert down in Melbourne, and he said
Yeah.
it was what some of the mothers were not wearing. You know, it was
Real.
more, yeah.
Hello.
Well, it's nice to see as well that it's nice to see these models that actually have like different shapes and stuff. You know, most models used to be back in the day just almost anorexic, and obviously they used to obviously
Yeah.
starve.
Yeah,
A lot of these women look really healthy, and
they certainly
Yeah,
have
that's-
raised the.
I know France banned bone thin anorexic style models. He just said, G, and back in 2003.
that's good because
That's France.
they were basically torturing some of those women to have to, you know, starve themselves just to go on a runway. These are very attractive women and very different shapes and sizes. We even had that, you know, that strong woman, that woman that obviously is a bodybuilder that came on
Hello?
a little bit ago. Everyone's got their sort of preference as well.
Yeah.
Well, it's just it's nice to see a lot of different shapes, sizes, and colours being represented. Like this young lady here, she's quite, you know, more on the smaller frame size, but it used to be kind of what most models was, like a lot more smaller.
There were a lot smaller, yeah. Bone thin. That's what France banned, the anorexic style models and that.
I mean, you still get those, but yeah, I mean,
Like I wouldn't call her anorexic because she's obviously tall and long,
Yeah, tall,
thin.
yeah.
I mean, I don't really understand the whole fashion side of stuff. You know, I'd be a liar if I'm saying I'm not just looking at how sort of beautiful they are, but they're still talented at what they do, as in emphasizing their figure with the posing they do and whatnot. But
well, it certainly appeals to us as well that, you know, us as males, we are attracted to this sort of thing, regardless of.
So you don't even need to be disrespectful, like, you know, certain naked bloggers and stuff we know, but you know they're attractive women. You know, you'd be, as I said, be a liar to say that, like you said, Mike, that we don't enjoy seeing a woman.
I mean, some of them, like this particular one here, she's really swinging her hips as she comes down the walkway. And others, well, they're just sort of strolling along, you know.
Yeah, even that, the camera, there was another person, another blonde woman who walked past, but the camera's still on the black woman. Like, she's really working her magic.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. Better keep the blonde one in for the last second because we forgot about her.
Well, I mean, it's all...
It's like I don't really understand. I don't really understand like bodybuilding and stuff. You know how they do competitions, pose once they build up their muscle. It's a little bit similar. They do posing to obviously show off their body, but obviously these models are showing off the outfit as well, or the lack of outfit, as we sort of mentioned before.
With bodybuilding, they have to show their muscles because of the depth, the definition, the size, and the shape of the muscles. So they get scored on.
I mean,
so these are doing that as well. You know, they're basically working with what they've got. You know. And then some women are so bouncy that they don't even need to do anything, but just walk up and just bounce all over the place and just
Well, that's just natural for some women, you know. That the human body, we're all different, you know. Even though we're the
yeah,
same, we're all different in shape and size
that's
and
it.
configuration. You know, nothing's ever the same. And
Yeah, like this African lady coming up here, she's very thick or whatever, or very curvy, but she's not overweight or obese.
no,
Jesus,
no,
but that's all what God gave her or Mama gave her or whatever,
mm,
But just and yeah, everyone sort of I appreciate a lot of different size, colors, and whatever races of women. That some people just like small women or big women, or they
petite or yeah.
that's
And I
it
wonder,
exactly.
are we obviously we're seeing a lot of the same models over and over again, or
Yeah, yeah.
do you think?
There's definitely some that have been on repeat, and there's a few that they throw in,
Mm,
because they didn't have a African woman for a little bit there, and then they had a few really dark skinned or more that caramel sort of brown beige sort of skin.
one thing you and of course the hairstyles too are all different. You know, we've got blonde lady on screen right now, but there's people with
Very
curly
curly, and this is
or
that's a
or
very African style hair, like
yeah,
how it's braided, and
yeah, that's it, braided.
obviously
Thank you. Yeah.
they have that different type of hair where it gets sort of like afro, and they can braid it,
Mm.
and it's just how this planet works. It's that hair is curled, but you can tell that it's not natural. It's curled by a curling iron or whatever. Just leave the stream like this, G. Yeah, we will, but I don't know if we can talk about UFOs for one bit. Yeah,
Yeah,
see, this
because
woman's
the time
very,
I
very
think, Jay, one
attractive,
of them
but
she
she's
gets striked.
yeah. Well,
You can't
but
Well,
then
stand
again,
more
if it's
from
we're
from
it, Jay.
sharing this. We're sharing this for educational purposes.
we've talked about sex ed or whatever before. We're just you know, this is our
No, well,
opinion.
no, it's about
Our
diversity. It's about diversity.
Was
yeah. Everyone's different. Oh, well, look at that! Look at that! She really worked it.
Mm.
She really done something different there. Not just a bit of a hip swell. She just
It, what would be to me? I mean, it's lovely to see these
Jamaican?
wonderful models that are virtually bearing all for us. But what's going on behind the scenes? You know, how many,
she's very good at what she does.
Right?
how much work is involved with this? Because you got to get it
Yeah, they
right.
have
If
to.
if you don't get it right, it's just not going to work.
Yeah, imagine me just rocking up. I'd be a complete twat walking down there, you know. Like, but yeah, they
I'll be
obviously
on that
it's
to
just
find
like
hairy object.
it's like someone performing, like music and stuff. You have to. See, another one who's some might say it's a show off or whatever, but
Yeah.
everyone has their own personality, like.
Excellent.
But yeah, they definitely have to practice,
Hello,
and
hello, hello.
Well, Styles, he's
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 learning
obviously,
a lot.
yeah, yeah.
Mm.
And I mean, she's got a real intense look on her face, like, okay,
Yeah,
I'm in business,
yes.
sort of thing,
Some of them are very much in the zone, like
Yes.
you can just see that they're very much in the zone, where some are a little bit more laid back in the way they perform or the way they do their modeling. This girl at
Funny.
the couple of that girl in the background there, she looks like she's bloody turned to stone. The one walking up now, she stopped. I thought she was frozen. Someone put her on pause.
Oh, she just stamped her foot, like, it's like, yeah, okay, look out,
Yeah,
I'm here.
like,
Oh,
like
hoodie
oh,
time.
oh,
Yeah.
yeah, repping the hoodie,
Shakira.
but still, but yeah,
Just you the son of
yeah.
Stalsy.
Becky's
Watching here,
he's wondering
Becky's
what's going on.
education. Right about the
Unidentified feminine
I don't know.
object.
All about what was this supposed to say?
this
But I've
livened
seen
up the
these sort
stream a
of
bit, getting a few more comments going there, G.
if only we got more views for this.
Yeah,
If people knew what was watching, we'd probably get views. But yeah, I've seen sort of shows like this before, and they're quite bland. Like there's a little bit of style, like whoever's put this together and these models. I think it's like we're saying, diversity. They're not all just anorexic underweight. It's
so
for
there
everyone.
it is.
And then
There, this is Black Tape Project, full show, Miami Swim Week, powered by the Art Arts Fashion.
you might
There
need
you
to
go.
follow this just for educational purposes, of course. I might need to sub to that channel.
Well, they've actually got a poll up, and they asked, have you subscribed to the channel? Already subscribed, or just now subscribed? So
They know what they're doing.
Oh, I think they do.
That's what they do. It's more of a reminder, like, have you subbed yet, or are you just crazy?
Let's just check out.
I think he's a fashion and swimwear photographer, videographer. So I think it's just the picture on the channel is some dude. So he must be like, the person that's running. He's the so he's the photographer, and he's created this show and put it together.
So right now there's like 3,700 people watching this stream, and that includes us.
We're
interested to
streaming it as
see.
well.
I mean, she's working it. She's showing muscle and what? Oh, they haven't enabled comments or anything like that. So it's just in the live chat.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, you would still get, some people being disrespectful as they do in anywhere.
Yeah.
Incels.
Trying to cause issues, but
but
yeah, I just really like, it's great to watch, and as we said, I'm male and very attracted to women. I'm enjoying it to see the diversity and the fact there's very different shapes and sizes like that is really good to see, because that is breaking some of those norms that society has, that you have to be the women need to be a certain look or act a certain way, where they've all got their own sort of little bit of a character to them. You can see their personality coming through. She looks like she would be a little bit more outgoing because
she's a very tall lady, compared to some of them.
Some of them are quite short as well. Yeah, quite small and petite and.
You're blonde.
Need a shower. I was hoping that you'd have your bath, Becky. He probably needs a shower to cool up after seeing all this heat. This
is better than some adult content that you would find on the internet, because you're not getting any
content.
Not getting any
more class to it.
Lonely ladies advertisement or live webcam shows or anything.
Yeah. And also, you're not saying, I'm at home alone with my stepmom and all these crazy, stupid stories they come up with. Oh, she's got a very unique face.
And you'll find that a lot of these models would have their own career outside of what they're doing here. A lot of these models are, because of their
influencers.
Yeah, I mean, because of their beauty, and we'll just say because of their beauty, but we don't know. We're only seeing one side of this particular person. Oh, there's a guy up the back there. He's got. Looks like he was doing a bit of running repairs.
Yeah, and it looks like sometimes he checks their outfit, even though there's not much going on. He some reason checks it. This must be the dude who owns the channel, I'm guessing.
I think so.
And he probably owns the brand. I kind of haven't really notice the brand properly besides the girl in the hoodie.
Yeah, no, I think you're
Yeah,
right.
yeah, it looks like they're ending because he's clapping and he's came down.
Yep.
Yeah, oh, it's in the background, the Black Tape Project. Yeah,
Yeah. Um,
they-
I haven't got any. I don't know. I've got it on mute at the moment. I don't know what music they're playing. So we're probably better off just leaving it like that. Do you think, or do you want some
yeah,
audio?
yeah. I reckon it. Otherwise, yeah, we're the audio. We're just doing our commentary. It's like this is a sports event, and
I
this
might
is
just bring it
we
up quickly. Just listen to what they're playing, but it could be. Hang on. Oh yeah, it's just like a.
bit of a
So it's probably just a. You know, I don't think it'd be copyrighted in any way. Obviously, we don't know whether the audience would have that audio or what they're listening to.
we've thought about being rich and all stuff before. I think that guy's living the dream job. But this dude, he's running these events and stuff, and owns this YouTube page.
And I mean, we could look up the Black Tape Project and look further into it, see when it was, see who's doing it.
Oh, I just realised is the black tape because a lot of their outfits look like black tape. You know how it's just like around their body.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, there's a few with different styles and outfits, but maybe this might need to be a long run and part of Up Late with G. I remember the Man Show that used to be on Comedy Channel. They used to have girls
Yes.
jumping on trampolines at the
Yep.
end. So it's like at the end, it's like now let's go to girls jumping on trampolines, and they're just
That's
these
the one.
attractive women, and they used to like. I'm sure she would really go well on a trampoline. She might fall off from
Oh,
bit of the gravity pulling her in
okay.
different directions though. But now here's that woman who's very staunch.
Yes. So the Black Tape Project, you just look it up. It's a website, and it's 2024 is the year of the dragon. Um, there's
The dog face
calendars.
nosed man show.
Yeah, there's also, and you can the
I
tape
feel
they
like that
use.
outfit's kind of cool over her breath and stuff.
Yeah, the tape that you're seeing here, you can actually buy
Mm.
that um, from their website. $47 a roll. Whew.
It's got to be pretty durable to hold up some of this,
Yeah.
hold some of that in place. It's
Mm.
doing a good job. Doing a good job of keeping stuff where it needs to be, I guess.
So the guy's name who we saw on stage is Dakaran Blackheart. He's the creator of the Black Tape Project. I am the world's only body tape expert, founder and pioneer of the body tape art genre. Or, yeah.
I have to say, he does a bloody good job at it because I'm not really necessarily paying attention to the outfits, but it's very well done, like
Well,
how he's presented it.
in some cases, uh, as most of us know, less is more.
Mm.
You know that for some people that can be quite erotic because you know it's covering or highlighting like on her wrists on this particular model that
Yeah.
sort of stands out.
I like it. I like it when it curls around the leg and a bit of the butt, like this one, where it curls up the leg and around. It kind of just adds that interest and
Yeah,
a bit of variety. And definitely on some of the women that are, busty and stuff like that, it definitely sort of does help to add to their physique. And then you get, yeah, the occasional one with the little hoodie on with the name, the brand on it.
yeah.
But look how this one's walking, how she's coming up. That's crazy how she's crossing her legs and stuff. Like,
Well,
if she wasn't sort of good at that, she would bloody fall over, you know?
yeah, that's the one I was talking about before, who was really swinging her hips. But just it
Mm.
takes about 2 rolls of tape to achieve a full bodysuit design that you
Oh,
see
wow.
in our modelling photos. However, the amount of tape will vary depending on what your design requires. So it's like anything, it's beauty or the design is in the eyes of the beholder.
Yeah. Well, it's crazy, the one that I sort of said how it's all sort of looks like glittering, like this kind of one, how it's quite almost like a swimsuit they've made, but it's obviously out of bits of that tape and stuff.
Yeah,
Like that is just looks really different.
Mm.
Has the sort of
It looks South
snake
American,
or
doesn't
a
it, more?
reptilian sort of look to it, and like in the way that
That's
it
also
looks like
South
scales
American
almost.
too.
I like what
It's
Peter
also
said as well, though. I'd pay to be a tape artist.
I bet you to it.
And, and good old Dogface, that tape works really well on boxes confirmed. Bit of a double
So
meaning
I
there.
also said something funny.
Speaking,
I wonder
speaking
after the
of,
show,
spe-
if the show ends, have a show together.
maybe not. In this situation, they might just stay in what they've got on and have a glass of wine or something like that.
they
Or
might put on
Shuffle
some
Blanc.
they might put on some proper clothes after, and you know, not
They
wanna,
may they may do too. Some models,
Jackie,
they just come
Zappa.
out and do their thing, and then put different clothing on and intermix with the crowd.
but now
I'm
we've watched
sure.
it for a while. It is very interesting how they're different body shapes, but also the different outfit styles does break it up quite nicely.
Yeah.
Like, you have like this one cut approaching in a distance. She's again looks like a swimsuit, and then the one here is very, just a little bit over the genital areas and stuff. And then we got this one that's very swimsuit sort of looking almost. It- it- after you get the shock of, oh, they're very beautiful, oh, and then you start sort of actually seeing it for what it is more after the shock's gone a bit, or
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely right, G.
you start
That's
enjoying
true.
it for what
Very
people
true.
in the audience are what people in the audience are probably there for. Like the difference in like that's very different than some of the stuff we've seen previously with the gold and the black.
Well, if anyone's ever looked at Fashion Week or these fashion shows, some of the stuff that they come out with is absolutely just way out there.
Um,
You know.
some of them look like bloody from a sci-fi film. They've got
Yeah.
all this
Exactly.
stupid makeup on. They've got the stupid makeup on that makes them look like drag queens, or it doesn't even make them look like women anymore. Like they've
Mm.
gone too far. These are very beautiful in the face makeup, but not over the top. And then, yeah, some of the outfits, they'll come out, looking like something from bloody swamp, like some sort of swamp creature with all this stuff hanging up them. And this is just, yeah, very attractive women, lovely different body shapes and sizes, and different races, different different cultures, and yeah, and it's nice, yeah, when occasionally one of them throws in like a little bit of a different, uh, how they move, how they pose themselves. You can definitely tell that African women, though, are very sort of curv curvy, and compared to a lot of the Caucasian women.
Mm.
But then there are a few African women on here that are quite slender, and it's just again, it's like I'm saying African women, but then there's different. Africa's a huge country, so there's very different. The Nigerians tend to be very dark. There's some other parts of Africa and even other countries that have dark-skinned women. Like her, she's quite
I,
slim and not as
yeah.
curvy as some of
I
the other
think
women.
she came out before. I don't think she's changed her outfit in any way.
she's got a wild set of hair. She does like a lioness, even though it's the male lions. Even though it's the male lions that have the mane, but she's got a crazy set of hair. Just shows you, like, we're talking about we were talking about Illuminati and how disgusting and evil this planet can be, and then we're going to how beautiful and how how amazing humans can be and how different. And we was talking about even before we watched this how we were talking about differences and of how different humans can be.
Yeah, there's a lot of good people in this world, G, and I know we all sometimes focus on the negative side of things, but there's some wonderful humans around.
That's why it's nice to even though it's nice just to have this. It's nice to have this sort of a little bit of a break. She looks really good with the tattoo, though. Like it really sort of goes around her body to help emphasize some of those features she has.
There's also blondes and South Americans.
We covered mental health. We covered animals like crocodiles and sharks, and we Illuminati, and now we're just chilling and enjoying a fashion show.
Viva la difference.
That's it. That's what it's all about, having a bit of variety in our lives. Yeah.
I wonder if we're going to get any comments, on after if anybody ever comes back and watches this stream again.
What are you guys doing? You're a bunch of pervs. It's like, well, there's plenty of people in the audience enjoying it. We're just enjoying the live stream version.
But that's what
it's
you
like
said.
You were saying about, it's like you're saying about the plane spotting. This is just women spotting.
Yeah, spot the women you fancy. Spot the fancy. Whatever women you fancy.
Yeah, choose your preference. As I said, I'm quite attracted to a lot of different women. Like I see. I feel like any race or any color, as I said, different sizes can be appealing. Some women I find beautiful, but it's not necessarily my preference. But then other ones are definitely my preference. Like that African lady there was very pretty in the face, and
we all got our preferences in women, or whatever partners we would like. That is. We all got preferences. I like this one. This dark one here.
Oh, there's some
nice thick. Wouldn't mind.
This is how they say. How they say women run the world and stuff. This proves it. Well, they should. Need to get rid of bloody good old Joe Biden and all them out and get some. I'd listen to these a lot more than old Shaky Joe.
French president or Ouija board. Because he reckons he talked to a friggin' Mitterrand or what?
She's very different. She looks like she's mixed race, sort of like a few different, like a little bit sort of like Middle East sort of DNA and stuff. That's what's really interesting these days. How we have obviously the way transport works and the way the world works. We have a lot of mixed race now. We have, someone could have 4 or 5 different types of ancestry in their bloodlines.
I got 3 different, so it doesn't worry me too much.
Yeah, well, that's it. So, it starts changing the look, after a while, depending on how strong the genes are, and even though these girls aren't wearing any jeans.
Yeah, because all I got is British, Scottish, and Jewish ancestry in me.
Yeah, from what I know, is Irish and English. There's possibly other stuff down there.
Yeah,
I do know my.
Give me the wand.
I know my dad's side, and my last name is Anglo-Saxon.
I know Pocock's a very British name.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know whether
Burgess is a British name. Right?
you have a look at some of the hairstyles of the people in the audience. One bloke in that last shot, he looked like he had plaited hair all over the place. You know.
No, this is that lady that has a very intense face. She just has a very unique face where, some faces like sort of become the same a little bit. I don't know. She's got quite a big nose, but not in like a negative way. Like it's like quite a prominent sort of feature on her.
Simon
Even
says,
though,
"Welcome to the Thunderdome, boys." Yeah, this is very similar to, like as G mentioned before, some of the outfits you'd see in some sci-fi series. Actually, Stargate. If you go back and watch Stargate the movie, the outfits that the people from Abydos, I think, were wearing were very similar sort of thing. Just the bare essentials recovered, a lot of skin exposed.
here he
So
comes again, the
this
man,
guy here
the man of
is,
the hour.
yeah,
And he seems quite cool as well, because some of these people in these sort of fashion industries, they seem like like they're using the girls for their advantage in a way, almost like pimps or something. He seems like he's quite laid back and enjoys it, and I don't know, he just seems to have quite good energy to him as well.
Maybe it's the white powder he was sniffing. Oh, I mean, you know.
I don't see the panel. Don't blame me. I don't hear Officer Mark. I'm not sniffing over powder, sir. Tall. 90s attractiveness. 1990s.
Nosy beer. Nose beer.
This play is Cody, so mesmerised by the variety of women here. That's about it, Cody. Hit the nail on the head.
Shout out the Styles. Are you all right, mate?
Yeah. I think Becky's not the only one who needs a shower.
I couldn't help but mesmerised by the women myself. I know how to not let the I didn't let the
Well, that's a crazy
let
outfit.
the
She's came up in that
touch
before.
my tongue. It says a so I suspect myself. I didn't know
I don't blame you, Roger.
hat
I'm
get my
surprised
tongue.
I'm able to talk after watching this.
I'm
No word
surprised
from
I'm not
Paul
doing
yet.
anything else.
So.
I'm looking at these women.
Paul's quite an honest bloke. He'll tell us if he's done the deed. He'll jump
Oh,
back
he
to
feels
it.
like one.
TMI.
That's Paul for you. His nickname is TMI.
I'm getting the cold hour organised Cody.
This is the one that defies gravity. Her body doesn't know which way to go. She'd be bad at giving directions. She wouldn't know if she was coming to go left or right.
I think she needs a sword. The other one that came out, I think she needs a gun. Some of them need a sword or something.
Yeah, some of them have that sort of barbarian look to them, and when they're very intense in the face, like it looks like they're gonna
Released.
go to war.
Tell me when they say here from Blade from the Middle East.
Yeah, we do talk sometimes about how doom and gloom, how the world goes, but it's very good, to see them showing different types of women. It used to be very
That's so small for
Caucasian, skeletal-looking women.
Mother was redhead.
She's another one that's just got a very unique face to her.
She looks South American. I don't know, but I got a feeling she's South American. For some, I got a feeling. I got a soft spot for South American women too. You're blonde.
You only got a soft. Oh, geez, I can't even talk.
I got a soft spot for South American women.
I think I know where you were going with.
I
Your
used
soft
to,
spot,
I used
Roger.
to,
I thought he'd have a
I
hard
used to go to
spot.
school with a South American woman. That's all.
Lucky Roger's not in South
Somebody from
America, otherwise it
Chile.
won't be a soft spot anymore.
I used to go to school with a woman from South America. That's all, or South American descent from Chile.
What Peter says, I'm cringing thinking about removing the tape. I'm very hairy. Yeah, I don't know.
Peter, doesn't matter how you think you are.
Peter's looking at this and he's wants one of these outfits. He's like, "Oh yeah, that outfit looks dope. I'm going to get one of them for myself." And then he's like, "Oh, but getting it off." Speaking of getting off, Stylesy's back. I'm getting the cold shower organised, Cody.
Back again. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? So, I don't. Don't strike three. Don't strike three. Don't strike three. Sorry, three.
That's all right. Me and Eminem go way back.
Maybe somebody should send this to a certain person.
A certain blogger.
Well, we all know what because I was speaking to someone that knows him that went through all that stuff with him, and you remember how he said that he didn't know any bloody film and he didn't watch any TV. So why did he get a brand new TV for? we all know what he got a TV for. You ask him what's your favourite film, and he used to always say, "Oh, I don't really have one." It's like, come on, you must know a film or like some series.
Well, I was thinking, let's watch it on your laptop because your computer can double up as a TV these days.
Yeah, no.
Like I got a TV in the lounge room, but occasionally I just put G or Mark or whatever it is last time on the thing. TV in the lounge room and come in here with my laptop and talk to you guys, But I put the TV in the lounge room on mute. Like,
yeah.
If we go in the lounge room now, you sound like silent movies. Like, it looks like silent, like the old fucking movies.
What Peter said, I did wonder when we saw the same outfit over and over again.
It's just
to be honest,
at least 3 times.
How sometimes you watch.
She looks like Charlotte Flair, the wrestler. This woman.
Sometimes you watch a film and you're like, "Oh,
the wrestler."
I'd never watch that film again. Bloody, we've seen this rotated about 20 times, and I'm still interested. Yeah, there she is again.
Yeah,
I remember her.
Cody, Jenny will put the link up, mate. If you want to come up, you can and all you like. Roger's doing the same.
Woman.
If anyone wants to join us and join our sports commentary, then go ahead.
No, I haven't noticed PLL.
Stolzy hasn't noticed that it's repeated.
King of South Australia, you. Are you King of South Australia? The name Paul.
One thing that crossed my mind is when the designer come back down, I'm like, this seems fairly familiar to last time when he came down and he started waving his arms. But I'm loving it. I'm not complaining.
I'm not complaining. Doesn't matter, Starkey or Blondie or whatever.
As you said before, G, when you first see this, it's like, you sort of
your eye candy takes over for a bit. Sensory overload.
Yeah, but then after a while, you start to notice a lot of different things with the way they've done the tape, or
Yeah, I love that. I love that how the tape goes around the back of one butt cheek and up the leg. And that lady, I love her hair, the one who came on before, the braids and stuff.
I haven't noticed it. Too busy purring to even realise. I just heard what Cody said. I haven't noticed either. Too busy purring to even realise.
She looks a bit like that. Did anyone used to watch that? I think her name was Tara Banks, and she had that model show where people competed to become
I
models.
remember.
That 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 lady looks like her heaps. That sort of caramel skin, curly sort of hair,
Yeah.
and it used to be
The,
like a
vi- the,
reality TV show. I think it's America's Top Model or
yeah.
something. It was called,
Yeah.
and used to be
No,
she used to be the
I
host
remember
on it.
now. To come and think of it,
Uh,
I
this
do remember
this
now.
this woman is very attractive. This one with the afro
This
sort of
African
hair.
lady.
Well, I guess they're all attractive, but yeah, I said I don't have preference, and then here I am, so
Yeah.
telling
Well,
everyone move over, she's mine.
we all have our
America's
biases
Next
and
Top
our,
Model,
our
that's the one
likes
it's
and
called.
stuff.
Yeah,
1990s.
she's attractive, but she's not like she doesn't really tug my strings or whatever that
I
much,
know.
But then other ones,
Where'd that be, Finn? Cleopatra? Oh, Cleopatra's Greek. Sorry.
I don't know how you're going to top this live stream next week, G.
we'll come up
You
with
probably,
we'll come up with some ideas.
we all come with, probably, Jay probably put up the last thing full being
Might have
educational type videos.
might have might have to see what the naked vloggers do and see if get him come on and
Oh,
we don't want to
we're telling we're going to do a watch party of. Oh,
watch
God.
party.
Yeah.
A watch party of half naked women.
I was going to say Spaceballs,
all
but
of
anyway.
all
I was
of
gonna say,
adult women.
I was going to say these are a bit old for him.
Yeah, because he remember what you showed this morning. Some 17-year-old girl he was interested in.
Yeah.
Remember?
And
What
I'm
you
not
showed
going to
this
lie,
morning, G?
that girl was attractive, but there's like, that you have to
When
learn
she
to
was
like,
17, I got a soft
you
on.
have to learn.
When she was
Yeah,
17.
you have to learn respect, and you have to learn that a
Yeah.
person, a young woman should be able to mature without having, people being like
Yeah.
preying on them and
That's
stuff.
what. Because I've heard women about 30 years old myself, because I'm 44. I've heard women about
Mm.
30 years old or older
Do
myself.
you know what's kind of weird? When I was younger, like when I was sort of, in my late teens, early 20s, I used to like older women. And now I'm
Yeah.
older, I prefer sort of like, like mid 20s sort of age,
Yeah.
maybe sort of like
It,
early 30s.
that's a psychological thing. When you're young, you prefer older,
Yeah,
but when you get older, you prefer slightly
yeah, yeah.
slightly younger women than yourself. Because I like
I think it's
women between
because
25 to 30 myself.
when I was
I'm
younger, the older
44 and
women
I'm
were a little bit
25 to
more,
30,
little bit more,
35 and that.
more mature than people my age and stuff like that. They were obviously,
Yeah.
they fully developed or fully in their own character, like they're
Yeah.
comfortable in their own skin and stuff like that. Less drama. But then now, as I get
Yeah.
older, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because I'm older and feel like a little bit more protective or
Yeah.
something over people that are a little bit,
Yeah.
But Peter has a really good idea. Male pole dancer maybe for next week.
That's such
I don't
such a
know.
thing. When we're all teens, we like women older, but as soon as we hit that milestone with the women is the ages, we'd like certain people like ourselves, so women a few years younger than ourselves. Because I like women
Yeah,
between 30 to 35. Yeah.
I like what Cody said. He's like,
Yeah.
"Gee, really did the vlogger dirty there." Uh, but yeah, I think Peter's onto something. But maybe we might change the male part to female. I don't know. Maybe Mark might be able to get on that. Maybe maybe we won't have to wait till next week. Maybe we look now if there's
we
any
can
YouTube channels.
we can. There is actually plenty. Yeah, exactly, Peter. Just to be equal opportunity. We're not going to
Yeah.
discriminate here.
Well, we've already got a new, and we've got, some new riffraff coming in here, Skin and Bones Hose. I don't know about, I don't know about hose. I wouldn't really call them hose because
Yeah, but look at the
But yeah,
name.
Peter, we all
Stop
equal
trans.
opportunity, but equal opportunity stream.
Maybe you missed a letter out, and it should be stop trains. But yeah, trains stop anyway. But anyway, stop trans. Welcome.
Yeah,
Hello.
I have, well,
LGBT.
you can be here, but
LGBT.
we don't have, I don't have nothing against trans people. I know a few trans people, and they're lovely
Yeah,
people. So
I don't have a
it's
problem with it.
they're living
who are
their best
we?
lives, and that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know a
who
few
are we
trans
to
people
tell
myself I
someone?
went to school with, and that. Yeah.
Who are we to tell someone else how to be and who to be and what to do? That just a
Very
bit
true. Because
narcissistic
I
to
work
me.
with a few gay people myself, but yeah, they're living their best lives. Who are we to tell them?
That's it. I've came across some trans, to be honest, as well. You wouldn't know they're
There's
trans
a chance, yeah.
unless they told you as well.
Yeah. There's
Hey,
a problem.
what I'd be interested in Stop Trans is how you came across the channel. That'd be really interesting.
Yeah, if you're still here, stop trans. How did you come across us? I do have a feeling that it might be, some people that these troll accounts that pop up often.
Simon,
Have you
Uh,
heard that?
I think you've written that wrong, mate. It should be a pepperoni ham and cheese pizza, not a sandwich. I think it should be a pizza, man. That sounds good.
Hey, gee, have you heard of the transgender YouTuber called Blair White?
well, hang on a second, Roger. We have the old Lee G in the house. It's just one
Yeah,
word, Lee G. No, that's not
yeah.
two words, Lee G. But welcome, Lee. Sorry,
Welcome.
Really?
By all means, welcome. What do you think of
Okay.
our live stream there, Lee?
yeah, Roger's looking a bit different walking up the runway there. What was you saying before, though? Sorry, Roger.
Oh, have you heard of the YouTuber called Blair White? She's a transgender
Mm,
YouTuber.
No, I haven't actually.
No, neither have I.
I come across
I
her
actually had a
about 5-6 years ago, and she she
yeah,
she does look like a woman. I swear to God.
yeah,
Okay, so
You
that's
wouldn't know
probably
she's
what
a
the
transgender until I
yeah.
told you. She's a transgender YouTuber.
yeah, right.
God, she's good. Even Paul would have a hard on looking at her.
Even Paul,
I swear to God, she looks like a woman. If you didn't know
think if the
she's
wind,
transgender until I told you, but she's transgender.
think if the bloody wind
She's a very
changes, Paul
attractive
gets hard on.
transgender.
Sorry.
I couldn't
Have you
help thinking of myself.
have you seen those video where there's like two men and a woman walking along, and they go, "What's your name?" "Oh, my name's Vanessa." No, and then they go, "No. What's your real name?" "No, my name's Vanessa." And then they ask them again. They go, "No. What's your real name?" "My name's Barry," or whatever it is. It's quite funny. It's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Back in a minute.
Well, what are we going to do, G? We're going to find something else to watch, or put our ugly mugs
Right.
back on the screen.
Now we're gonna see what crazy business Roger's gonna up to. But there you go. That was actually, it was actually interesting. At first, I just did it for a bit of fun, but it actually did provoke some interesting topics in the chat.
Oh yeah,
And
it certainly did.
Also Stylesy went quiet for a bit there. Paul's shared the link. Oh yeah. So yeah, everyone has a preference, or everyone can have a way. But yeah, I don't know. You probably tell that that individual is trans, but also definitely not an ugly trans or whatever. So yeah, for good old Rogers channel that he suggested there before. I think Dogface was enjoying his bloody sandwich and the show. We went back to us, and he's like, "Oh, what's all this stuff?" The Welcome First Floor audio.
Yeah, right. Just by looking. Oh, look at that! She shoots guns.
It seems like she's one of those people that obviously had such a big channel. Yeah, well, 1.35 million, just does all
Yeah,
sorts of stuff.
yeah. Well, look, good on them. Who cares?
Mm.
Yeah,
Bloody
if they're making
successful as channel, eh?
if they're making the go of things, why not?
Actually, you scroll down and there's a second channel that has
Hello.
like just over 500,000 subs as well. The
Mm.
Blair White Project. So two huge channels and plenty of views and stuff. It looks like the horrifying Disney to Epstein Island. It looks like she gets into some stuff we talk about and stuff. Epstein Island. Oh, she's been on bloody Joe Rogan. Blair White tells Joe about her DMT experience. So yeah, that it's a pretty good shout out there from Roger. It seems like a person that does quite a lot of interesting stuff there.
Looks like an interesting channel.
Yeah, Roger had to go and recover after that. He had to go lie down for 5 minutes. Here he is, Uncle Roger. I just realised that because I normally call him Uncle Prawn, but I called him Uncle Roger, but there's actually the Uncle Roger, the Asian dude. There's another name for Roger now, Uncle Roger.
Well, there's a few.
I'll say that. I'll do a live stream and I'll say featuring Uncle Roger and see if loads of people come to the channel because they think it's the Asian bloke.
Especially if you hashtag it.
Yeah, hashtag Uncle Roger.
Yeah.
They come on to see me and Roger having a chat.
There's a few YouTubers I give shouts out to get to 500 subscribers. Mark, he's criminally undersubbed. Go sub to him.
Mark, Roger, and Robbo.
Also,
all
Mrs.
your channels,
Austin.
all your channels are
Mrs. Austin
cruising.
and her husband, Ryan.
Yeah.
They need some more subs. They're criminally undersubbed. And Robbo 55, he needs 65 more subs to get to 500.
Yeah, well, I'm steadily climbing. I'm at 470, but I really haven't been pushing it. To be totally honest, and I got to thank G for letting me come in and take on to his stream. It's good to see when we get new people in, regardless of who they are or what they say. We've had a few trolls in here, and it's in some cases worked out pretty good. They're just as nutty as us.
I know, but
even though I don't know how to feel now because Mark's actually got more people on his channel watching right now. But Lee, Dogface, and someone else is watching you. I think you said.
Well, that's probably me because I've got it open on the other screen.
But here's an interesting one. I've got a phone number from Bangladesh just contacted my WhatsApp. He's some bloke here. He calls me dear, which when I hear dear these days, I seem to associate it with scammers. A lot of them say hello, dear. He's like, every video in your YouTube channel looks great, and I know you are struggling a lot to increase video views and subs and monetize the channel. Or little does my little Bangladeshi friends know that it's already monetized, but not getting results. He's obviously like CEO, search engine optimization, or whatever it is. Those people, they pretty much just from what I know, they just make loads of accounts and he wants you to model his new tape, G. Through Mark. But yeah, from what I know, they just make lots of accounts, and they, those accounts can disappear because they're just. I'm just about to put on my tape. Hang on, where is it? Yeah, Cody's got bloody more subs than probably all of us here together.
Yeah, he probably has. Look, I've got my tape on. See.
Yeah.
Cody's got a bit over 11K subs. Cody, but I've seen nearly 12K subs.
Instead of leave
There must be
your,
doing
you can
something
leave your,
right,
what is it?
right?
Leave your hat on, leave your tape on. You can leave your tape on.
Respect the ha.
Yeah.
Well,
I feel a little bit different, like energized after watching that.
yeah. Do you want to go back to it?
Drew probably get about 12,000 subs after this.
Well, we already had
Nice.
the stop trans, and all of a sudden, for some reason, I don't know, it might be coincidence, but I have this bloke from Bangladesh, freelancer
Gee.
Maruf.
Hey,
Marrow.
Give us the
you get
start mark.
references from a Muslim country, Bangladesh.
Yeah, yeah.
There's some Muslim people there.
And he even called me. He said, "Hello, dear." Makes me feel really sort of, important.
Hello, dear darling.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Peter. There's only, as Peter points out, there's only so many people that can get on the first page of Google. But
what is amusing is what we was watching before, how they have basically 3.5K people watching. They probably doing what we done and just watching it over and over and over and over again.
well,
So it's just a looped video, but
there's some
they get a
channels.
mad amount of views.
Murray's Munchies reviews. Hey,
Yeah,
g'day, mate. How are you?
he's came on a couple of times on the lives. They came across his channel. Because I was interested in reviewing, those microwave burgers they have out. And yeah, when I was looking into it, his channel came up, and I checked out his video and gave him a sub and all that stuff. But yeah, I am pretty disappointed that there's this restaurant, local one called Nord's here. He only gave it like a 7.5, and there he is eating microwave burgers, saying that they're the shit. So anyway, what to say? It's a Top G. Is that my new name? It's kind of like Top Gear, but Top G. All of a sudden, the people watching on my channel went up. Do on the menu cheeseburger review, bro. Don't be a pussy. Well, don't be a pussy and throw in a donation down there because I'm poor. We're not all rich like you. I can't afford microwave burgers.
You mean my pussy? You mean like cat?
Yeah.
We were looking some taped. Jeez.
Yeah, we were looking at taped up cats before. What did I think it was Peter said, Peter or Dogface, one of them said that, yeah, that tape, we know that tape goes good on boxes or whatever they said.
We've run out of things to talk about now. Maybe we should put it back on.
Maybe we should watch Murray review a microwave cheeseburger and tell us how good it is.
Well, we could do. If he doesn't mind us sharing his channel.
Bro, it's $4.50. Yeah, well, unfortunately, if people want to request me to do a food review, unless it's something that I've already got going, it's going to have to go into the bottom of the pile. Maybe I should just do it so I can see how good this microwave cheeseburger is, and I'll give Murray a shout out. So if it's really bad, people will know who to blame. Because he's even actually, as his YouTube picture, he's actually got that on the run or on the menu, sorry, cheeseburger as his picture. That's how much he loves them.
So is it a particular one, or do you just buy it
Yeah, it's
from Woolworths or
he's.
Coles? Or?
I think you can get them from both places. There's a brand called On the Menu. So they do all sorts of stuff. Most of it's like microwave food. But yeah, I've always wanted to try how I've had them years ago when they used to have them in the servo. They used to have microwaved like burgers. They used to have microwave like sub rolls, like a chicken sub roll where you heat it up and you put a bit of mayonnaise and stuff in a little packet that comes with it on it. They used to be okay for like, drunk food. And obviously back in the day, servos was always open. These days, you sometimes get Macca's and Subway and stuff is 24 hours. Back in the day, those servos and you're drunk and you go in and you think, oh, it's a good idea to get a bloody microwave burger. But yeah, Murray's quite passionate about his microwave burgers, but also he said Nord's, which is a really good local restaurant here. Like I think they have a couple of locations here in Adelaide. Haven't gone there for a couple of years because they're not sort of local to me. But yeah, they do really good burgers. And he gave it 7.5, and he said it was chewy. The meat was chewy, and it's probably because it was real meat and not microwaved, human meat.
Hey, go to my brother's Robbo 5 Life's channel about the Vegemite Challenge. Robbo 5 Life.
Oh no, what did he do?
ROBBO number 5 LAF the Vegemite Challenge.
Is that pretty good, is it, Roger?
What did he do, Roger? Did he eat a whole jar?
Taz did this challenge about the Vegemite Challenge and that, and here it's this jar of Vegemite the quickest and stuff. Robert did accepted a challenge that I and it's on Robbo 5 Life's channel.
Man, that'd be sodium overload. I was when I was coming up with ideas for challenges when I done lives ages ago, I was saying eat a little jar of English mustard because English mustard is kind of like wasabi. It has that sinus effect where it gets in your nose. It gets in.
I meant to do something about that. I kept forgetting about it, but first at Trinidad Scorpion Bush chili at Robbo 5 Life is on Robbo 5 Life's channel. He decided to do that himself.
Oh, me and good old Mark here. We're going head to head, 4-4, 4 apiece.
Oh,
and Robbo 5 Life says, in the toilet bathroom, it says Robbo 5 Life says after all, he's puking.
Oh, I'm down to 3.
Casually too.
I'm down to 3. Take me out, so that's only two actual watching.
Yes, Robbo 5 Life. It's not the ice cream because I started spewing.
Did Robbo finish it?
It turned out to Scorpion chili. Couldn't do the 5 minutes after the consuming it, but I was spewing in the bathroom and Rob 5 Life thought after a while and said, he's puking. It's about me.
You know what video I watched last night, Roger? It was you eating those ×3 spicy noodles. It just came up in my. I've seen it before, but it came up in my search or came up in my the home on YouTube. I'm like, yeah, I'll watch that again because I remember it was funny. And poor old Roger's eating it and he's slurping them up, and he's like. Then after a while, he taps out after about 1:60, and he goes and gets a little sip of water. But his brother, Robbo 5 Life, comes up in the background. He's like, "Hello," and he's
mate. He just walked in through the door because he didn't know I was doing it till he walked in through the background. Didn't know I was doing the challenge today.
Oh yeah,
I
sort of saw him. He's sort of whispering to you in the back, and he's. You see him lurking a bit, but then when you rush off, he comes up to the camera. He's like, "Hello," and it just made me lose it. You get a sip of water.
he came to my house, my old house, earlier that day. Didn't know what I was doing till I was actually doing that noodle challenge. The little one said to him, sort of did the sign language to him about the noodles and that.
All right.
I said,
Well, Murray, we'll make. Well, yeah, it was a year ago. I said to Murray that I was going to do that cheeseburger. So let's make a deal here on live. He's saying that I'm scared. Okay, so I'll do the on the menu bloody microwave cheeseburger or whatever it is. If you do the ×3 spicy noodle challenge, and then we'll see who's scared.
Not sure you shout out some of the YouTubers who did the ×2 noodles challenge because now Robert Firefly did it in about a bit over a minute. Robert Firefly did.
I did it in about 35, 36 seconds per packet. But also, yeah, I speed eat one packet, and then later on I have one packet, and I try to review it after I've already had one packet. So
he reviewed.
But yeah,
Robert Firefly just reviewed the ×2 packet. Did he do the challenge on 3 times?
Well, Murray does. He doesn't need to eat it as fast as he can if he doesn't want to. Yeah, Dogface is the Boldak, Sam Yang Boldak ×3 is hot chicken flavored ramen noodles.
So those ramen noodles, are they just a very thin noodle, or what's the go?
Oh, they're actually, like Maggi instant noodles. They're a lot more chunkier than them. They're they're quite a big one. They've got a bit more chew. They've got a bit more chew to them, because they're quite.
Correct.
It's quite a generous portion for a pack of noodles. I've actually got some. I can go grab some, but I don't have I have some other ones that I need to review still.
Correct on that one,
Mark. A pack in the pantry right now, but yeah, they're definitely spicy. They're the ones that a good naked vlogger done at one stage.
And the Tasmanians do it too. Taz does.
Yeah,
and Crazy Adelaide Eats.
Yeah, Crazy Adelaide Eats.
Crazy Adelaide Eats.
He's a funny dude, and when he done them, he I don't know, he kind of has this really laid back, chilled sort of hippie vibe to him, and he's like, shit,
he did some jokes with Tasmania.
Instead of getting them, I can just do this.
You could probably just share a screen of a photo of them.
Yeah, pretty much.
I want everybody to subscribe to Mark, G, and my younger half brother, Robbo Firefly. If you want to spell Robbo Firefly, Robbo is ROBBO space number 5 space LIFE. And that's subscribed. I'm not a foodie and I can't handle hot spice at all. Well, first of all, the studio, talk to my brother about clean spice. I need to beat him. I need to beat my half brother or something. That's joking.
Come on, Lee. It must be time for a nice cup of tea.
I need a cup of tea there.
Oh, that's right. No, Lee doesn't drink tea. He's more of a coffee man. He's probably on his second or third coffee by now.
How can he say English and drink coffee? Doesn't he know the English Empire was built on cups of tea? And if I'm going to go to war without one, you're highly mistaken.
Considering English drank coffee before they drank tea, which is funny.
No. Don't know what propaganda you've been listening to, Roger.
Oh, Becky's back after
Yorkshire propaganda.
Shower, bath. Oh, mate, Becky, you missed the best part.
He said he was too drunk for the bloody the bath.
Prawn crackers.
All right,
Oh, I hope
so
you got enough. I hope you got
Prawn
enough for all of
crackers.
us. Coffee is in Lee's hand. Way to go, man.
Now I gotta go bed, dream about 3 times noodles and the best Yorkshire right possible.
okay, so
Sorry.
this is the this is the
Three
noodles we're
times
talking
spicy
about,
noodles.
or that a lot of us have done. So they have a black packet that's just, like the hot chicken flavor ramen, and they do lots of different variations: curry, cheese, jajang, which is black bean sauce. But then they brought out the times two, and then they brought out these ones, and these ones kill a lot of people. A lot of people get destroyed by these. And yeah, I had one packet I'd had to beat the challenge, which was what Robo Five Life done, and I'd done them about 35 seconds on Funkin' Hungry. But then me, with my bright idea, I had another bowl ready to go in the background, and I sort of tried to do more of a review where I slowed down and ate it and tried to. But yeah, also I did the times two. I did 2 packets on that one, 2 sauce packets, and I added extra sauce to it because I had the sauce in an actual bottle. But yeah, they're definitely spicy. And funny enough, since I've mentioned them, Murray's gone quiet since I've mentioned them.
Yeah.
So yeah,
You gone quiet?
35 seconds down.
What's the curry one? Have you had the curry one? What's that like?
Yeah, it does.
Pretty good.
So all of them have the same sauce, but then they have that same hot chicken flavor ramen sauce. Yeah, the curry one has a slight sort of Indian flavor, obviously like an Indian sort of curry. So it's got curry powder, so it'd have turmeric and cumin and stuff mixed into it. I have reviewed quite a few packets. I have a few more that I've bought that I did a live stream for Asian Kitchen Pantry at the end of last year, I believe, or the beginning of this year. So the ones I've got to try are a kimchi packet. I have a soup version because these are fried ramen, so you drain the water, then you add the spices. So I've got a soup version where you leave in the water to create a broth. And I've got a tomato one that's always interested me because obviously it's kind of like trying to be like spaghetti, but then it's still going to have the really. Murray said he'll slay them noodles to prove you wrong, Mr. Funkin. All right, well,
Catch a grenade.
we'll grab him, let him prove me wrong. I don't know what he's trying to prove me. I just want to see him eat the noodles. But he said that I'm scared to eat a microwave burger. Let's see how he handles. Kimchi was good. I like kimchi. Yeah, I haven't had the kimchi ones yet. All the ones that I have ready to review. It is still a little bit hot here, so I was thinking I might wait till summer dies down. But then again, I mean, I'm a bloody plonker, and it'll probably be video can that you're real scared. Yeah, you can. Everyone
Catch a
can
grenade.
see
Tell that to Taz does, would you?
how,
Catching
how
a
scared I am to
catch a grenade. Tell it to
eat
Taz
them.
does. Or something.
Bloody, I've eaten McDonald's that many times that I don't think a microwave cheeseburger is going to affect me too much.
The
But
that
uh,
butter curry, the Samyang curry, 5 packets for $10. That's pretty cheap. That's good value.
yeah, they're big ones as well, like the noodle cake
Yeah.
or whatever they call it. The actual dry noodle. It's quite as I said, it's quite a generous amount. Like sometimes I eat the mee goreng Indomie noodles quite a lot, and they're a very small packet. So I'd normally need to eat at least a couple of them to feel like I'm sort of full. But the Samyang
I have
ones
to
is
agree with you
generous.
in this one.
How long did you work at Macca's? About this long.
Me is the big fat 0-0. Because I went for
But
more skilled jobs than Macca's.
But another pack that I've got of those Boldak Samyang noodles as well. They do a half spicy version now. So the black packet is just like the original. Then they do times two and so on. But I actually bought a half packet, so it's going to be half as spicy. So because I know some people enjoy them, the original packet that is, but they can't handle. Got the whole squad laughing. Yeah, um, but yeah, the half spicy. A lot of people say that they can only handle a bit, so they only put like half the packet of the half the sauce in there. But
There you go,
yeah.
G.
Murray's review.
Murray's on.
And cheese
Let's
review.
do it. Let's see it.
Funkin' hungry. I accept Peck, your challenge with the noodles. If I do it, you need to do the review on them. Yeah, that's it. Done and
Murray's with
dusted.
reviews. Do another challenge if you put me, Robert 5 Live, Food Sack, and G's challenge on your channel, like the links to the videos.
Yeah, there you go. What challenge are you going to do though, Roger? If he does that, he doesn't know
Probably,
yet. Yeah, you. That's
I think it's
you
something.
and what you can do, Roger, is you and Robbo can do on the menu cheeseburger if he shouts out both of your channels.
I might do
So,
a pizza review yet,
well, on the
or a
menu,
local place in Kuta.
you've got Woolworths and stuff where you are, don't you, Roger?
Yeah, I got Woolworths. Yeah,
So
got
you on the
Woolworths
menu
in IGA.
on the menu cheeseburger, you should be able to get it from IGA or should be able to get it from Woolworths and stuff like that. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
got
if you don't
Woolworths in IGA, but I prefer to
if
get a
if
pizza for.
if you don't
There's good
mind,
places
Murray,
in town where I can get pizzas.
if you shout out Roger the Pirate, Robbo Five Life, and if you shout out Funkin' Hungry, all of us will do on the menu cheeseburger review, and we'll
Huh?
tell you our honest opinion. And you do, and Murray does the ×3 Samyang Boldak noodles.
Yeah, but Murray's got. But I do. Me and Robert Five Life will do a local joint that sells pizzas. There's two places in
And
town I know that does pizzas.
do on the menu cheeseburger because he says how much he loves on the menu cheeseburger. So got to see how good it is. And Dogface, the Indomie ones are definitely more of a skinny small noodle compared to the Korean Samyang ones. I don't know. Basically, if you go and watch Funkin' Hungry, you see me do all of these reviews. I've reviewed heaps of. I haven't reviewed Indomie yet because I eat them so much. I just didn't think it's like I've got a box of 40 in the room, which are probably down to about 30 now because I've ate a few. But yeah, I love my Indomie noodles. There was actually a spicy challenge that I was going to go to during the week. That's meant to be the hottest chicken sandwich or burger in Australia. That's what they were
Hey,
saying.
Murray
One
Munchies
dude,
reviews. Do
yeah,
you have 130 subscribers? Murray's Munchies reviews.
yeah, you've got about that. Also Murray, I'll give you a shout out as well, of course, on when I do the videos. So I'll give you a shout out. So hopefully it'll
So
give
do me
you a
and
few
Robbo.
more. Yeah. So if
Murray's Munchies is, do you have 130 subscribers at this point in time? Do you
he probably
accept
does.
a extra subscriber from a pirate called Roger the Pirate?
So this is the you won't be able to. I'll need to bloody take this background off.
Where's his last subscribe? Oh, did I see in video?
Yeah, he's got 130 now.
9 days. 131. I subscribed to him.
Okay, so this
Just
is the
refresh.
burger he wants. This is the burger he wants us to review. On the menu, cheeseburger, Australian made and owned, heat in 2 minutes and eat.
Mm.
So, so yeah, I was meant to get it about a year ago because, as I said, that's how I came across his channel, and he reviewed that, and also it was it's the picture of his channel.
All right, so I'm as you know, I'm fairly new to this sort of review or food review thing. I watch occasionally what G does and what Roger does with his step half brother.
Half of the
Murray is you're another reviewer, and you're making ground slowly. Are you're building your channel? Is that what you're doing?
Well, from what I know, he says I'm a businessman, but for a fun little hobby, I make YouTube skits about whatever. And I believe like when some of his shorts or old videos were just like, like one of Sim standing around smoking a cigar or something. But then yeah, he got into food reviews. So he's got 28 videos. They're not a huge amount of videos, but as you said, he does it more for a hobby, which I guess I do as well. But I'm trying to, build the channel
Yeah.
as well. But yeah, he did. He's just the one that I've joined his channel for is because of the on the menu cheeseburger. But he's done Red Rooster. He's done just some like international cuisine chicken parmigiana from Aldi. But yeah, he's done obviously the Maccas, the Jackers. Not sure if he's done Clackers. But yeah, it looks like for a little bit there he stopped doing them and then he got back into it the last 11 days ago. He tried the Nordburger, and that's the one that I'm questioning because he said it was a 7.5, where I reckon they're about a 9 out of 10. And he likes this on your menu bloody microwave burger. But hey, I might eat it. I'm not going to lie. Like I'll do an honest review if it's good. I'll say it's good, and as well, you have to take into consideration that it is a microwave meal. Like I've done a couple of microwave lasagnas on Funkin' Hungry, and I gave them quite good scores because taking into consideration the price, how convenient it is, and you just bung it in the microwave and you eat it. It's some of those meals can be, not good like going to a restaurant good, but for convenience and just something tasty, some of them get some decent marks for that. So if this cheeseburger, like I eat this cheeseburger and all of a sudden, I enter a different dimension because it's so good, and I'm, it takes me on an out of body experience. I'll tell you, but yeah, if it's just like some old soggy bloody whatever, then I'll say it is how it is.
Well, if you cook it to, I was just going to say, if you cook it to the instructions, then they've prepared these things in a way that the whole idea is to have it, the convenience side of things, 3 minutes in the microwave or whatever it's going to be, and get out and have a munch.
That's it. Depending on your work situation as well, a lot of people who work in sheds or whatever, when there's not much around, they just throw it in the microwave. When I've when I've done work experience in some places, a lot of times I have a microwave and a kettle for tea and coffee, and a lot of people bring in like those microwave meals or a home cooked meal they can reheat. So as I said as well, they used to have it. I don't think it was on the menu. It might have been, but Servos used to have a lot of that sort of selection. And for some Servos as well, used to have a microwave next to that selection where you could like pay for it, but then you could heat it up while you're there. So if you are, even if you're traveling as well, if you're traveling interstate and there's not much in between, go in a Servo, you could get. If you don't want the pies or whatever there is, you can get a microwave burger and throw it in. And I mean, most of the times I've been under the influence when I've had them, a few drinks and we've cruised around, gone into a Servo, grabbed the one, heated it up and ate it. But yeah, they must be pretty good, or Murray at least must like him if he's bloody good at his YouTube picture.
Well,
that's his YouTube picture.
Burger. You've showed that before, but if that's look, if he likes them, and he's doing it as a hobby, is something you do in your spare time. If it's working for him and he's doing well, good on him. Kudos to him.
Yeah. If anyone is watching, go check him out. And if anyone watches this after it goes live, go check him out and give him a sub. Obviously, say Funkin' Hungry sent you if you do that, and check out his
Yeah.
content. And also, I'm pretty keen to see him eat some spicy noodles. And
Also,
yeah, I'll show him how scared I am by eating a microwave cheeseburger.
and also sub to Funkin' Hungry, Mark, and Robbo Five Life too. 'Cause he
And
needs
good old Roger the Pirate.
no. Robbo Five Life needs 500 subs because he's planning maybe to unlock 500 subs. I lost these 500 subs. I tried to convince him about that restream, but he knows about restream, but he's thinking about doing it at 500 subs.
The thing is, though, you know, the more content he does, he's more likely to get the subs. Like,
Yeah.
do you think when you
I want him
started
to do
streaming more,
twice
Mark,
a week,
that
but
it
he's
helped your
still not.
channel grow, or do you think that
Yes.
your subs came from shorts?
I think a bit of both. If you look
Just
in
doing more.
YouTube, when YouTube sends out their thing, it told you where people came from, who was
Yeah, right.
watching the most. I think for mine at the time it was India, I think, or maybe USA. The age bracket, just some basics. It was pretty interesting to see who was actually watching, and the subs have grown slowly. But I haven't. Oh, excuse me. I haven't been pushing a lot of content, as you know. I've been using the community tab a fair bit, and I think that gets some interaction. I know I
Yeah.
get response from people like Brad and a few others. Cody's, made a few comments, and same with other people. I've got no plan. I'm just all over the place. When, like I said before, when I get into the shed, I'm hoping to do a bit more. I'll probably go crazy at first, and then I'll have to back it off and slow it down. Or maybe I'll just try and pace myself, maybe do 2 times a week or something. I don't know. I've got a lot of planning, and even though the shed will be up by next weekend, depending on the weather, touch wood, it may even be Wednesday at the earliest, sort of thing. There's still a lot of work to be done of putting everything back in that we took out of the old shed, plus sorting out other stuff, because our place at the moment is just we got stuff everywhere, and it's just a bit crazy. So, but to answer your question, yes, I do believe that the more I do, the more people are going to see. And the other thing that I've been doing is going on other people's live streams, and they're usually giving me a shout out, because in the live chat, you can go in and go at, the little at symbol, and type their name in, and it'll usually come up. And that's what I've been doing tonight in my channel, especially with people like Dogface and the others. And it highlights their name. And if you do that, it's getting your name out there. They're also talking about it in their live stream, and they'll say, "Oh, Mark Shed Talk," so that then will be, because they're talking about you, then people will pick up on it and go, "Oh, I'll go check this." You might get 1% of their viewers or something like that. So it's worth, to me at this moment, I haven't proven it or anything like that, but for me, that's value for me. That's getting something.
Yeah, like I was, my shorts started to, not my shorts that I'm wearing. I'm not wearing shorts. I'm not wearing anything under there actually. But yeah, my shorts were doing good for a while, but YouTube shorts. But then they just stopped sort of doing that good, and I was posting on TikTok and Instagram, and TikTok does okay, but I don't get many followers. But some of the content gets quite a lot of views. Instagram, it was okay for a while, but then it just I have wondered if I was shadow banned for whatever reason on Instagram, because I've heard that, if your numbers drop a lot, sometimes that could be why. But yeah, I need to do more shorts because that definitely puts you out to a different audience. It gets you in the shorts section of the YouTube, and I used to all get like a couple of subs or whatever from putting out a short.
Yeah.
Haven't done them for quite some time. Probably
Mm.
need to, because normally I used to take my longer videos and shorten it down to about a minute or less and do that. But
Well,
also, yeah, speaking
the
speaking
good
of,
thing, the good thing about YouTube is you can make a short out of your videos that you've got here now. When you go
yeah,
share, you know, you don't have to go and video anything extra. You can just go and clip something out of a long form video and make it a short.
so just quickly, this is me eating these noodles that we've spoke about. And for some reason, it's not. Okay, I'm going to have to go back into it.
So, I mean, if you have a look now, as Lee pointed out, First Floor Audio, it's networking. You know,
Yeah, for sure.
we I've actually been watching First Floor Audio for a while. I found him ages ago, and every so often I'd tune in when the time was right or when he was on, and now here he is helping us out by coming on our channel and having a chat, being interactive, and that's, oh my god, you're really getting into it there.
I don't take food challenges lightly.
That's a
That's these
similar bottle.
really spicy.
That's
That's the
similar
times
bottle
three
of
ones.
five has of his face.
So there you go. I didn't quite catch it. I think it was about 35 seconds I did it in from memory. Yeah.
Thank you, Simon. Really appreciate you being here, mate, and the support. Thanks for being here. It's wonderful to have you engaged in the conversation. And yeah, mate, take care. Go get some sleep.
Yeah, take care, Dogface, and I appreciate you jumping on the membership again, legend. And yeah, it was great to have you in the chat tonight. It was great to have another chat with you and listen to your points of view. We'll see you next time.
Nothing is if Robert Five does get 500 subscribers, he will open up a members tab and put some videos up for members only, like little blooper reels and some funny skits and stuff. Well, it remains his regular videos on his main YouTube channel, as well as a 500 subscriber YouTube stream and that, like not YouTube stream, but a stream on 500 subscribers and stuff.
Mm. Like I've thought about doing live streams just for members and stuff, but really, when it's only a couple of people, no offense or nothing to them, but I just don't feel it's that beneficial, because they can join in these sort of live streams. But I definitely will be
And that's what I was talking
updating
about.
them
This
more.
also,
And I thought if I don't always do say food content, I can even do just a short little video saying, hey, maybe even give them a few options like, oh, what do you want me to review first, or hear their feedback so they feel like they're getting a little bit more out of it. So, and yeah, they can obviously suggest anything, and even just giving them a shout out. I mean, that's what a lot of people do with members, but I don't always want to just copy what other people are doing. But that's what a lot of people do with their members. They'll give them shout outs, and at the end of videos, they'll mention them and all that sort of stuff. But
because it's 65, Robert Five is 65 short of getting 500 subscribers, and I'm really
yeah,
running to get him to 500 subs myself.
mm.
Doing it myself, and
Like I'm pretty okay with where I am at the moment. Like obviously I'd enjoy more, but I'm not that stressed. But I feel like once I start creeping up to 1,000, but I'll probably, try and push and promote a little bit more just to try and, bridge that gap. But at the moment, I'm just okay. I know I've been a little bit slack this year, like as I've said, I've had a few like bit ups and downs this year, but I'm starting to get a little bit more back on track now. And also I do a lot of snack stuff. I know when I review like a bag of chips that is not going to get as many views or tractions as doing a McDonald's burger or whatever. But also that's why I did do Funkin' Hungry as well, so I could try this new food and give my opinion and make content out of it. So I know certain stuff isn't like like some of the new M&Ms or chip packets that I've reviewed. I know that people around the world aren't going to be that interested, but then people in Australia, like they might be interested, and they can kind of hear if it's worth trying. They can hear the price. A lot of times I put the ingredients and nutritional information, so if someone's allergic to whatever, at least they know not to go and buy it. It's like it saved them a trip and it saved them the effort.
But
So
on
it has its benefits.
on the same hand, you never know who's watching. There could be people from around the world that may not have that particular item available to them, and so they might go looking for it or how to get it. So you just never know. Obviously, there's YouTube channels out there that have a set format, but at the end of the day, if it's whatever's you're doing and it's working for you, then just keep doing it. Will you need to change in the future? Yes, you probably will. But how much of a change do you need to do? Well, maybe just do little subtle changes over time. Other channels, just change overnight at times. They change the direction entirely. I've seen channels come and go. It's just do what you just do whatever works for you, and you'll know whether it's going to work for you or not, because you'll either get you'll get that in support. It could be monetary support in terms of feedback, support in terms of subscriber base going up. And the other thing you got to realize is the subscribers you have today will not always be the subscribers you have tomorrow.
Yeah, and if I get the more income I get from the channel, I can put that money and invest and try to do bigger and better stuff with it. Even if that's even making, like, I've got merch, and I don't always push that. I don't always push my the ways you can help me if you want to donate in any way, like merch and stuff. But I can add more designs and even do stuff like a giveaway as my channel gets bigger. I can do a giveaway, and because I've been a part of YouTube lives before, and people have done giveaways on the live, and what they've done, they've used some sort of app, which I have actually done myself before on my hobby channel. But you can do it in the comment section, so you tell people to leave a comment, and you do like where it goes through all of the comments, and it just rotates and it chooses a winner out of them. So it's kind of like it puts all the names into a wheel when it goes around and it chooses one. I know people, and I've been a part of people. I've actually had a t-shirt on a hobby channel on a live stream, and they'll say to put one word in the chat, and then they'll go into a program that you'll put in your YouTube channel, and it'll go through and it'll go through all of the people that put that word in, and it will choose someone to be the winner. So I can do stuff like that to give back to the people that take the time to be a part of the channel and all the rest of it. And just ways like that to give back to people. But also, like say if I do, because I've got a few merch ideas. I know everyone loves the neighbour's cat. Everyone likes their Macca's jackers and clackers and stuff like that. So probably definitely have that an idea for some funny, weird merch. Just need to find someone that I can work with, an artist that can, because I do art, but I don't do digital art. So that's better for merchandise. come up with a cool, nice design, a little funny design, and then do a giveaway and it'll help push the merch. You know, if people like it, but they unfortunately don't win, they possibly might enjoy it enough to pay for a T-shirt or a mug or whatever it might be. I know good old Becky grabbed one of the Funkin' Hungry mugs. He'll have to, if he's listening, he'll have to take me a picture of him chilling with the Funkin' Hungry mug. Would be cool to see. When I did the hobby channel, the logo I've got for G the Hyper Sapien, which I can chuck up in the corner as I'm talking right now, but
it's been there
I
since we
don't know.
started. Oh, that one. Okay.
Yeah. So I've got a couple. I've got the original one, and then I've got the orc design.
Hmm.
And I a
Well,
couple of people owns that. I've done a giveaway where someone won that. I've one bloke that unfortunately passed away that I met online. He was from England. He was a great bloke. He bought it, and another couple of people that I've sort of become friends with online. They've bought a different version, which I actually don't have on here at the moment. But this is another different logo design that I have as well. That's in the corner there.
Don't be afraid to plug yourself, because all the other
what's Murray's merch going to be that on the menu cheeseburger?
Don't be afraid to plug yourself, because all the other channels I watch, and I watch quite a few, as Brad pointed out, maybe I watch too many, but anyway, they're all doing the same thing. They want you to like and subscribe. They want you to go to their merch store and buy their merch, so they all do it.
Yeah, because when I got monetized, I unlocked another where you can have your shop attached to your YouTube channel, but also it's through Shopify or something,
Yep.
and I'm not that familiar with it. Where I've already got Teespring, but then Teespring was quite expensive to ship to Australia. So when I started Funkin' Hungry and sort of worked on the channel and came up with the logo, whatever, and all that, I ended up moving to Redbubble, because Redbubble has a factory in Australia, so it's cheaper to ship. It's cheaper to ship from Redbubble in Australia, and I still haven't got around to adding all my merch to the Redbubble store, because I've got like a couple of Hyper Sapien Wear t-shirts where I was fully trying to move into like proper making merch. So it's just need to just pull the finger out, and like you said, Mark, stop sort of worrying about what like feel like I'm begging or whatever it is. Feel like I'm hassling people. People at the end of the day are going to choose to or not. Well, good old Becky is here. Yeah, I use it mornings. I don't work, or sometimes at night. I appreciate that. Becky grabbed a mug with the Funkin' Hungry logo, because I know that there was a bit of a problem that I didn't notice at first. The logo, we did it on the live stream once, the logo sort of overlaps the mug, and he said that he wanted it obviously to fit properly in there. So it was just a bit of scaling issues.
To me, just thinking about it while we're talking, and it's probably something I'm going to try and do with my channel, is live streams maybe once, twice a week. The other days, try and upload some shorts, or just start doing shorts, either way. And then maybe some sort of edited content on, an old video or new content that I've loaded, and then community posts to keep your community engaged. That's my theory. I could be totally wrong.
Once you get your shed up and running, you'll be doing stuff like welding and lathe work and stuff like that. So you can. Yeah. I know you've done that before in the past, where you've just zoomed in and shown what you do when it comes to that sort of stuff. So
yeah.
And like the hobby you're interested in is obviously a lot of people are interested in it. So
yeah, if you if you look on YouTube and just put in lathe or there's quite a few hobby channels out there, and especially there's a few good ones. Well, here in Australia, but there's also some ones I watch from the UK, and they're all doing different things. So there's more than enough entertainment. There are people doing the same things, but once again, I like to watch them for their content, either what they're making or how they're making it. To me, that's the important thing. And I would look at what they're doing and going, okay, they're doing it this way with the equipment they've got. I'm going to be doing it a little bit different, So, and what I start doing, this week, 6 months down the track is going to be totally different, I would imagine. Or it'll be, I'm just dreaming here, but potentially it could be.
Well, also, I remember when I started G the Hyper Sapien and started trying to do hobby content, there is one particular group that was dedicated to helping support each other. So I'll never forget like the people that really helped me when my content was absolute trash and just my channel had hardly any followers. Instantly, I probably got a good 50 or whatever from being in one of these. This Idic Beer, a 40K channel. He has a YouTube channel that's quite big. I think he's got over 40,000, maybe 50,000 these days subs. But he helped a lot of other people in the community they wanted to do content. He would help push it. And
is that Beard Meets Food or something like that? Is that
this is for the painting and the hobby.
Oh,
he's
right.
Idic Beer, as in like drink. I don't really understand the name too much, but he's a great guy and he's got a successful channel, but he helps other smaller people and instantly a few people subbed and commented. But another great channel is Frost and Fist and Nephos from Frost and Fist. There is a couple of other people, like there's Freak, Nephos, and Oni. The Nephos is I became quite close with him. He's on my personal Facebook. We chat every now and again. I'm on a group chat that we will talk hobby on. But also when shit hits the fan, someone was going through some dramas last night, and we was all, quite a lot of stuff has happened in her personal life. Deaths and stuff like that she's been going through. So we was all trying to support her there, and it's just he's actually done a couple of food reviews on Funkin' Hungry in America because he's in America, and he's done a couple in. But he's been a huge help, and the reason I did mention this is because I've gone on his channel because he does a Friday night live, which is Saturday for us.
Yeah.
And I've gone on there as G the Hyper Sapien a few times to sort of push my content there, but also paint and teach them, like he's gave me a platform. But also here I've went on there as Funkin' Hungry before, and those fire noodles we were talking about before, ended up eating like 3 packets of them on live for them as just a little bit of a joke. And because it was like 11 in the morning for us, this was before daylight savings. It was I wasn't that prepared, and I struggled a bit, but I ended up getting through it. But it was a laugh, and it's just at the end of the day, like they're a hobby channel, but they liked Funkin' Hungry, and they're good blokes, and I chat with them quite regularly. They said, "Oh, do you want to come on as Funkin' Hungry one time and sort of do food-related content?" And after I'd done the fire noodles, I painted a miniature. So when I was all sweaty and I was suffering, I ended up just grabbing a model and painting, and I've actually got it here. Didn't get too much done, but ended up painting this little bloke while I was suffering.
I've been
just painting and.
I've been in channels when you've because we share things and that. Been in channels when you come in as Funkin' Hungry, and I see people, they look at the name and then they try and read it out, and they, it's one of those names that it makes people
straight away when you don't.
Well, it makes people think, So
I think you probably heard other people that we used to speak to, like mentioning Greg's Kitchen.
Yeah.
I know. I believe I've went to his live streams a couple of times. Now he knows the name and he says it and whatnot. What I think he was one, and other people they sort of mumble or try to speed through the first word because they sometimes don't quite get it, and they're like, like don't really want to say it, but do. Or some people say "pucking hungry" is their way around it, but it is kind of funny. And when I came up with
What
that
skills do
name,
you have that?
I didn't know if people would struggle as much with it, but obviously it is a little bit of a
It's
play on
just
words as well.
I just struggle in my mind about it. The first G, I admit that. I'm sorry if I
Yeah,
misspelled funk and hungry because it's just in my mind. I can't. I couldn't wrap around because of my Australian accent. Couldn't get around your
yeah, like
PH
'cause,
UKN too much.
yeah, like I don't know if it'd be if people would be more confused or less confused if I used funk as in FUNK and then funkin that way. I don't know if people would associate it with a swear word more or if they would understand the word more. But yeah, it's said it before when I used to do hip hop and stuff. I used to go by G Funk, but then to be different, I'd use the PHUNK version just to be, and also it's a little bit of a nod to my initial from my first name and last name, GP. So I used G and then P for the funk. But so yeah, I said to someone that I was seeing at the time, like a friend, but also someone that I was dating or whatever. They always knew I wanted to do food content and stuff like that. I ended up doing G to Hypersapien. And I kind of, it was one of those off the top of the head remarks. I said, oh, I'd probably call it something like Funkin' Hungry. And I just sort of said it out loud and we laughed and sort of thought it was funny. But then, when you say something out loud, it almost becomes a reality. Like it's not just in your head anymore. It's like
Mm.
out and someone else has heard it. And then I didn't get into the channel right away. It did take me about a year after I said that. I did start an Instagram page first and started doing reviews on Instagram, just put pictures up of what I'm reviewing. But it had a few followers on Instagram because of it. But I'm just like, yeah, this isn't really I need to do it properly on camera. I need to do a proper like sort of YouTube channel or do it like do actual live videos or pre-recorded videos or whatever. So yeah, pretty much it was born and yeah, as Mark said, it's sometimes funny to see someone look at the name and all of a sudden you see the cogs in their brain ticking like or turning and moving like, oh, how do I say this name? And then other people see it and say it straight away. And because people struggle, I'm sometimes impressed now if someone gets it right away.
Yeah. Oh well, look, you're getting there, G. You're doing you chewing it out. You're getting there.
We don't have merch, unfortunately, Cody. The mugs was designed by Rob Halflife's friend, one of his friends, and that he
Well,
designed it,
you've
gave it to us and
well,
stuff
you've
one day.
already. I don't actually know where I put it off but you've actually got a merch design already, Roger. I drew the royal prawn for you, so I have to take that and maybe even pass it to another artist or even color it in myself, and you can have that as merch if you want, or your logo or whatever.
You have to ask Robert Halflife about it because I'm not very good at negotiating things like that. Robert
Hmm.
Halflife is a bit more
Well,
impulsive, and Rob
well, I
Halflife
could
is good at
easily
negotiating things like that.
can easily walk you through. If an easy way to do it is obviously I'm going to have to do this another time because we're sort of just. But if you get
What did I
YouTube
say?
Studio, the YouTube Studio phone app, and then in the top right corner there, you click on it and it comes down with this. And then it has like a little pencil next to your name. You click that, and that's how you edit your
No,
That's how you edit your channel, so you can change your
I know.
name, you can change your, and then
I
they
know
put a
we
little
got. I
camera
know we
picture.
got TikTok channel, but I haven't got the password yet for the joint TikTok channel.
Oh, I meant
I haven't
just
got
if you use the
like the
logo as
upload
your
stuff.
YouTube, or if you use it as merch or whatever. But you guys will get there, and if you really want to, create merch or whatever you want to do with your channels. Obviously, we're all different. We all kind of have different goals, but we're all sort of as well trying to build our channels. Yeah,
Mm.
need to do more bloody content on G the Hyper Sapien Day, because looked at it the other day and it's like I think over half a year since I've uploaded. Just
Really?
especially like this year, we're already almost into March, so
So
just time seems to fly. And
which is your painting channel, G?
G the Hyper Sapien.
Right.
Nobody talks about everything else.
So I've been super slack with it, but one of the videos in particular is keeping that channel going in a way, because the views and the watch time are in the green. I need to get my public watch hours up if I wanted to like monetize or whatever. But if I go into analytics, the top video, all the ones underneath rotate, but the top video is how to paint realistic orc skin, which is now 12,394 views.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
really good.
and also, it is quite a big video. It is like about half an hour video.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's 30, so just 30 minutes and 33 seconds. It's funny though, yeah, not many people like the video, and that's just how I've noticed. But yeah, this video,
Well, yeah. Yeah, I was just looking at it before actually, but you know, you'll find that you'll find that most people will watch something, but they won't go and click it, or they'll like a lot of us, they'll have the video on, and they might be scrolling on their phone, while the video's on. The interaction, they're only really interested in seeing what you're doing. You're showing them something, so they're going to be focused on that. The likes are nice, but
yeah,
in reality, people come to watch what you're doing or showing or talking about. They've come to you because there's some part of them that is connecting with you. So
the funny thing is as well, that video was stressing me out a little bit, and I was getting to the point where it's because you paint for hours, and most of the time I paint in a certain way. I don't paint in a necessarily well, there's basically a tabletop version or tabletop standard they call it, where you paint it just to a certain standard, so people who play the hobby can just play and they're interested in playing. But I paint more above tabletop standard, where it's a little bit more of a display quality of painting, where it's something that you would more want to display. So that video, I was trying to compress all of it down to a point where it wasn't that long, but also trying to tell people how I paint in that certain way.
yeah,
But because this is quite a long process to edit something like that, edit all the stuff out that's pointless, and keeping the stuff that actually teaches someone something.
mm.
But it was
Well,
starting to stress me out because it's taking ages, this, that, and the other, and it did keep them crossing my mind. I'm like, why am I even bothering? Because there's big channels that get thousands of views, and I'll probably only get maybe 100 or a few hundred, and is it worth the time? But then the point of the story is that channel or that video has blown up or done quite well in my standards, or my for a new YouTuber like me, it's done quite is doing quite well, and it keeps on growing. So it
Yeah,
just goes to show you sometimes you have to push through that, that uncomfortable stage.
yeah.
You questioning yourself, and yeah, it's done quite well. And
I one thing I notice when I watch videos on YouTube, depending on how long they are, I'll actually skip through it because
mm,
certain parts, to me, are not that interesting, or whatever's going on is not
yeah,
that interesting. And I know that if I'm doing it, other people are going to do it too to my videos. So
yeah,
I think, to me, there was that thing ages ago, that most of us, about 20 minutes is our limit on our time frame, as in our
mm,
attention span. After that, we
yeah,
switch off, sort of thing. So if but in this day and age, we're teaching ourselves to look at a 15-second short, and then we're on to the next one. The long, I think they would call your 30-minute video a long form video. You know,
yeah,
so I think, I don't think, I know that shorts can have a positive uh, influence, but also a long
yeah.
form video can have a positive influence too, because there will be people out there who are interested in your technique and how you do it, how you achieve it. Um,
Yeah, because sometimes people have seen how I do the orcs in this universe or whatever. They're green skinned, so they're all, it's kind of like, the orcs have been portrayed in all different sorts of pop culture. But I've started adding more like fleshy tones, like pinks and stuff to like the ears and the areas where you would see the blood flow a little bit more. But I did used to get a lot of people, oh, how'd you do that? Oh, what's your recipe, as they call it? Oh, what's your recipe?
mm,
I got to the point I thought, oh, I'll do a video so I show people how I do it. And I did use paints that I bought that I haven't actually used. So I was trying out some new greens. I was showing people the technique. But now, at least, if people say, "How'd you do it?" I've got a video to show them, and yeah, if they want to skip through it or whatever, that's up to them. But someone did actually say the other day, "Oh, I love your skin and how you do your skin and stuff." And I said, "Oh, I did do a video on that as well, and I don't necessarily push it, but they said, oh, I'll have to look into that sometime." And I said, "Oh, I'm happy. I can grab it and show, chuck it up." This was on the Discord, so I've got a Discord for the painting side of stuff as well. And yeah, they didn't give me. I haven't heard if they enjoyed it, but a few people have enjoyed that video. So
well,
it's, yeah, as I said, it's done quite well, and it just goes to show, if I just, again, because I'm Funkin' Hungry got quite popular, so I put a lot of time and effort and energy into that. But I could have a fairly decent hobby channel if I keep on putting out content to that
mm,
level that people enjoy to that extent.
as long as you don't burn yourself out, gee, that's the thing. You
Mm,
got to find that balance.
yeah,
I've heard other YouTubers talk about this, that you know they put so much into their channel, and then after a while they're just burnt out. They're over it, and
yeah, like they lose the passion and stuff.
yeah, yeah. So like, and that's why um, most of us, when we're in a work situation, we take
Mm,
holidays. And that's probably something I need to do to catch up with a few things. You got to get away. Sometimes you need to take time out for yourself, and which you have been doing, you know, through, um, you know, the issues you've been dealing with your mental health. You got to do that.
yeah,
It's great to do this content, but at the same time, I know. Look, it's easy for me to sit here. At the same
mm,
time, you got to take a break and just do something for yourself, completely away from what you're interested in, and that's part of the reason why I've started watching these other YouTube channels, totally different to what
mm,
I'm actually interested in. But in
yeah,
some places, they have similar things.
yeah, definitely. And that's why over Christmas, I was quite dedicated to doing like a couple of live streams a week or whatever for a while there, and possibly might get back into it. I probably will. Even do like some Funkin' Hungry and then rotate it, maybe do some hobby stuff, which I still need to sort of sort out. Because most of the time I record on one of these, which you probably won't see because of the, but yeah, it's got a phone attachment I can add the camera to, and so I have the drop down view. But yeah, over Christmas when I was a little bit, over the place and all the rest of it, I thought I have been quite consistent. I've been putting out normally at least a video or two a week. Sometimes last year I did mental health. I might have a week off because of it. Sometimes I was putting out a few videos a week, so I was editing and putting out a few videos. So I just got to the point I thought I kind of deserved to have a week or two off from some.
Yep.
And that's like what you're saying. Like I know you guys work and I don't work and stuff, so it's you guys have earned it more in a way because you're working hard and you have some time off. But I thought, I'm putting out a lot of content. But also, I did, it does motivate you when you start watching your watch time and views, and stuff, because obviously you have a week off, it drops quite a lot. And my watch time was huge when I was consistently doing a couple of live streams. Yeah, it's dropped quite a lot, but I'm kind of happy where I am right now. I need to sort of get it back up and pick it back up. But yeah, just have a week off just to sort of relax and.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I know you made the point of that Roger and I work and you don't, but you are still working. You're probably not. You're not physically working, say, like Roger and I do, but you're more mentally, working in terms of using your head or your craft to do what you've got to do. And you're still working in this day and age because you're creating content which people are looking at, consuming. So, although some people might look at you and say, oh, he's not working, but he is. You've still got stuff going on, what is work? I see blokes at work that go out of their way not to work. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, just take it at your own pace.
I'm just one of those people that always like, I don't know, really hard on myself. Like, I do have mental health issues, this, that, and the other, and it is a permanent condition and all this stuff, but it's just, yeah, sort of hard on myself and look at other people and just sort of, sometimes wonder why I'm not doing that. But maybe there's a reason that might one day sort of be, I'll work out why I've got to where I am. But yeah, it's just even because it's kind of silly. Like I'm hard on myself, but then I'm talking about merch and being monetized, but then I'm also feel like shit by trying to push myself to get that, people to pay for merch or pay for whatever services I can do. Even when it comes to hobby, like I'm a fairly good painter, not the best of the best, but even I kind of feel bad. Like a few people have asked me for commissions where they pay me to paint stuff for them, and yeah, I'm even sort of feel bad even charging them for that and stuff like that. So I don't know. I need to sort of, kind of. And as I've said, even when it comes to memberships and stuff like, I still kind of like, oh, someone's actually willing to spend money on my, silly content and all that sort of stuff. So I need to sort of understand, like you said, that putting time and effort into it, I shouldn't feel bad about someone wanting to support it financially or with money or whatever.
Because if, all right, for instance, if you do a day job, like say Roger and I, you're still putting your time and effort into doing that particular role to get a reward at the end of the day. And it's the same as what you're doing. You're you shouldn't. I know once again it's easier said than done. You shouldn't feel ashamed, and you shouldn't feel like you're pushing yourself onto other people or feel guilty for taking something that you think you don't need. You're providing a service that other people can't do. That's why we engage, like in our situation with building of the sheds. We engage people who can do this for us, because not necessarily that we can't. It's just we don't have the time to do it. And frankly, it's actually easier when you get someone in who knows what they're doing. And there's caveats to that as well, in terms of, are they going to be reliable? Are they going to be on time, etc., etc.? The blokes who are putting up the new shed, they've been nothing but brilliant. They're on time. The wife said they don't swear. They've got their music playing, not loud, but it's playing while they're working, and they just get in and get on with the job, and that's just perfect. So
that's what you want.
Yeah, but I think no, I honestly think you're doing a great thing, G. And if someone offers you a commission, then to me that's saying that your work is your work is being noticed, and these people are coming to you because you can provide a service to them that they either can't, or they don't feel comfortable in, or some other situation. So no, man.
No, I appreciate that for sure.
No.
I've actually last year, when I have had like a week's break, when when I haven't been in a good space, I've had people reach out in comments and like, "Well, are you okay? You haven't." But a few people have said that even though I'm just eating food and acting like a twat, some people have actually said that listening or watching my content actually helps their mental health. And I've had a few people that say them tuning into me, they look forward to it. It helps them when they're struggling. So it does actually motivate me to push me to put out content, and even try to maybe come up with a funny joke or something that might make them smile or laugh, knowing in the back of my head that someone might be watching this and not going through the best of time, and me acting a little bit silly or animated might cheer them up. So it's definitely sort of hits close to home, because I go through mental health issues, but also it makes you realize that I'm making, and all of us, we're making content that some people actually look forward to seeing. I've had people that have been in really bad situations, and they've said to me that watching me has distracted them from all the really shitty stuff that's happening in their lives. And I've actually had one person in particular who isn't around anymore for various reasons really open up to me, where I ended up giving him my number so he could speak to me. And there was some stuff he didn't want to go into full detail with, but he was, hopefully he's in a good place, because he isn't able to sort of be a part of the channel anymore, a part of these live streams. But just realizing how much someone's struggling and what they're going through at home, and how much shit they have on their shoulders, and said to me, that like they actually look forward to the videos to the point where it helps them in that little, even if it's a 10-minute video, it helps them, and they look forward to seeing that. And and that's what I mean by, I'm happy to sort of, if people want to contact me and get, if I can help them in any way. Sometimes it was just a couple of, like, we'd do some phone calls, and I'd just be that ear to listen, just let someone vent, let someone get all their frustrations out, and yeah, just so it just I'm eating food and just giving my sort of opinion on it. But some people take that really sort of seriously, or they are really entertained by that.
Mm.
And it just made me realize that some people actually do rely on me, and it does help me to be a little bit motivated and that's reason why I started the hobby channel and then Funkin' Hungry, because of my own problems. It's given me a positive outlet. It's given me something to work on. Otherwise, I possibly would have more bad days because
Yeah.
I don't have as much to fill my day. I don't have and getting back into the miniature painting hobby. Before that, I was just watching TV, gaming, maybe even drinking or something, which I don't really do much anymore. And I've never really done it, to an extent where I would say like I was an alcoholic. But obviously, if I'm really in a really bad place, a couple of drinks to sort of help me out of it. But then that's why I did go cold turkey with all of that sort of stuff, because I didn't want something to be my crutch. I didn't want to rely on whatever it is to get me through the bad times. So
Mm.
now I'm dealing with those bad times, but I'm dealing with it sober and nothing else, and I'm just
You,
riding that out until those feelings and until that whatever just sort of goes. So
you,
yeah,
you,
it's definitely helped me, but I feel like I get a lot back by helping others as well.
mm. You're still going to have, oh, excuse me, even I do it. You're still going to have those days, maybe a week or weeks, where you think that things are not going to go right, they're going to go downhill, and you don't feel like doing anything. And
Mm,
it's just part of life. We can't always be the Energizer Bunny, like we
mm,
see on TV. I think most of us put some sort of a front on, some more than others, um,
yeah,
to hide what's going on inside, and that could be, like a angry type. Get out of my way. I'm big
mm,
and tough, and for others, it may not be. It could be something completely different. So, I think you're doing really well, G, and kudos for pushing on and dealing with how you're dealing with. You're also dealing with your problems in a different light or a different situation, because you're not depending on the alcohol to either numb the pain or take it away, like a lot of people do.
mm.
It's yeah. I do understand what you're going through. Um, it's hard sometimes for me to communicate, but yeah, no.
All right,
If you do need to talk at any stage, reach out. I'm here for you.
I very much appreciate that, man, and that's why, like, when I was having a bit of a crappy day, and Roger's like, "Oh, it's quiet in here in our group chat. Oh, how is everyone?" I saw it, and I sort of gave likes and stuff, and I just didn't really want to say that I was kind of struggling and stuff. So I
Mm.
came back the next day when I was a little bit better and stuff, and said, "Oh, I apologize for not replying, but I'm here now," and had a bit of chat with him and Paul and the rest of you, and it's just yeah. It,
You,
it
you
is.
don't need to say sorry if you have a crappy day. You don't
Mm,
do not need to say sorry about it. Okay, you have a crappy day. We all have those days. So you don't need to say sorry if you have a bad day, G. I've been there, Mark been there. We all been there. We have
mm.
the bad days and good days. So
Yeah, to be honest, like last week was pretty crappy, and when I'm in a really bad way, the only motivation I have is because I have a dog, and and he starts sort of, if I'm sort of just laying around, just really feeling crap and don't want to get up to eat, whatever else, and just be, and yeah, and that's part reason, it's a little bit bad in a way, but it is part reason why I got him, because he has sort of been around since, and that's why he means so much to me, because I got him when I was really struggling with mental health, not going out as much, and not feeling as good. It's like, oh, at least I have something positive to put my energy into. He relies on me for
Yeah.
food and all the rest of it. So a lot of times, and I'm nowhere near as bad as I used to be, but sometimes I'd have maybe even a few weeks, like a good couple of weeks, and I used to have really bad insomnia where I'd sometimes be awake for a few days and feel like a zombie, feel like crap, but I'd still have to get up to feed the dog. And when he was, especially when I first got him, he was younger, so he needed more attention. He had a lot more energy and all the rest of it. And just, yeah, he's something to wake up and have this little sort of smiling face looking at me, needing food and drink and the rest of it. It motivates me to get up and do stuff. But on the day that I did have a really bad day, this week, it must have been like Wednesday. Actually, I did speak to a couple of people. They reached out to me and wanted to see if I'm okay. And at first, I wanted to try to put on the brave, "Oh, I'm fine," but then I just had a bit of a chat with them and just I'm not the best. And after that, I ended up it did sort of, I don't know, motivate me. I jumped up, went and had a shower, got refreshed, had some food, and actually felt really better for it because I felt more refreshed from having a shower, have a bit of food, and get a bit of drink into me, water or whatever I had. And it did actually energize me and make me feel a little bit better. And then the next day, that's when I, got my shit together a bit more and sort of said to you, that's when I said to you yourself, Roger, and the rest of the people in the chat that wasn't in the best place for the last few days, and that's why I've been a bit quiet and stuff. And then that's why I ended up putting that post up because, which I'm sure both of you guys saw or anyone, I know some people in the chat are on my Facebook and stuff, but I just sort of wanted to put a bit of my, explain myself a bit that I haven't been myself for a little bit. That I apologize to anyone if I've sort of, offended them or whatever, but also just to show thanks to people even like Mark and yourself, Roger, that it actually does mean a lot to have support from both of you because when I used to be at my worst, I went through a stage where I lost a lot of my in real life friends. They don't want to stick around because I'm going through whatever, and yeah, it
Real
just
friends
means a
will
lot to
stick
have
by
people.
you. But
Mm,
real friends will stick by you, G. Doesn't matter what sort of problems you have in real life. Real friends will support you and stick by you. Doesn't matter how you're feeling, they stick by you through good and bad times,
mm.
That's what they do. Real friends,
And
that
that's why
is.
I've had like physical issues like sciatica, and I have issues in the tendons in my other foot because of a fall or whatever I had, and the rest of it. And so the last few years, I've had up and down issues with that. So I haven't been able to be as physically, I haven't been able to be as physical as I want to be. But it's been good as well the last few weeks. I don't normally walk on a Saturday because I do the live streams, but I've been getting out and walking, and that's definitely helped just to sort of clear my head and get a bit of physical activity in there. It's just I'm just trying my best to get back into a decent place and a decent situation.
So now it's 4:30.
Mm.
Doing well on your live streams there, G.
Yeah, I mean tonight's been great. We've had quite a few awesome people in the chat, awesome people up on the panel. It's been been good that all of us have been able to, well, myself, you, and Mark have been able to talk about all sorts of stuff tonight and have a
Yeah,
laugh.
sorry if I was late. I had no
Oh,
idea you're going up late. Go up live tonight, G.
no, that's no worries at all. You're not obligated to, but I always
No,
love having you
no.
on. And
I still owe Mark a few live streams myself, but I've just been busy when Mark did go live and stuff himself. So I'm
yeah,
sorry if I haven't been making it to your live streams on time, G, and sorry if I didn't make it to your live streams yet, Mark.
That's all right, Roger. Mate, it's no problem. No one's you're not. You don't have to be there, and frankly, I've had no schedule whatsoever. I've just sometimes it's been off the cuff stuff that I've done. So I just enjoy doing it and being here with you guys. Like to say, talking about different subjects and learning about new things too, and talking about our common interests or interests that we may not know of yet. So it's all good, man.
shall we call it there, guys?
I think so, G. Yeah, we've gone 5 hours tonight. I think we've done really well.
Well, 6 minutes, 30 seconds.
That
Excellent, and I appreciate you being here from the start, Mark. But also,
that's all right.
Roger,
Thank you.
you're always here, and you're always
Sorry if I was
support.
late.
So,
No, you're
I
right.
was late.
We appreciate you just being here, and I didn't know if you would be here or not, but I mean, it was lovely when I saw, half an hour and you'll jump on. We knew we was in for a bit of Uncle Roger.
I was just cleaning out the dojo when I decided to look through your dojo's art. Look through this YouTube after I cleared the dojo trained students in. I thought,
No, that's
geez,
fine.
but
Yeah,
rather than going home, I decided to go to Robert Five License place, which is 5 minutes walk from here, and talk to him for a bit, and then him and his girlfriend for a bit, and come back home after that.
it's awesome. It sounds like you had a good night until you had to put up with me.
No. I put up worse of people than you, G, and believe me on that.
That's good to know. I didn't know there was worse. I thought it was the worst of the worst.
Well, that makes the world go round. If there's worse, because there's worse people than you than than me.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
guys.
the goofiest guy around.
I mean, I've said this when I'm drunk, and I can easily say it as well when I'm sober. You guys are amazing. I appreciate your support, and it's always awesome to chat with you, both of you, because just it makes the live streams just. We've done 5 hours, but it only feels like a couple of hours, really. It just sometimes I wonder what we do in all those hours in between.
When you look back
we
and
are.
think of it, you go, "Oh my god!" 5 hours. Just
because
obvious.
was said 12:39. G was said 1:09. I said 1:39.
I mean, obviously, there's a few slow periods during the stream, but we certainly changed things up when we've got that black tape project up.
Oh,
yeah. Didn't we have the comments rolling in that?
The model parade.
Everyone was getting fired up. Even Paul disappeared for a while.
I was too busy looking.
I'm sure he went to make himself a drink. I'm sure that's what he was doing.
I was too busy looking at the stream rather than anything else.
Yeah. Well, that's bye from me. There's anything else you want to say, Mark or Roger?
No, just thank you very much, everyone, for being here. It's been great. I love the interaction and appreciate the support. Cody's just jumped
Always
in
here till the end.
Yeah. And thanks everyone. It's been great. Let's do it again some other time.
It doesn't matter how late. It doesn't matter if G does when our live stream. It doesn't matter if G does 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hour live streams, as long as he's as long as it's a good, entertaining live stream, it doesn't matter if it's a 24-hour live stream. As long as it's a live stream, I reckon.
And maybe one day I
You
might
can
get
do
a couple of
24-hour one.
energy and see how long I can go for until I pass out. Or I go to bed and you just see me sleeping, do a sleep stream or whatever. All right. Cheers again, everyone in the chat, and cheers again for the co-hosts, the brilliant people here up with me. All right. We'll catch you next week.